Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? Good morning, Professor Pi-Fi. Jimmy's bar rate is starting to increase. Things are getting spicy. It's only Monday. Relax. Did you get your errands run? Yeah. Yeah, I managed to get everything I needed to get done yesterday done. Although I didn't get home till really fucking late. Can I have extension on my homework? Sure, if you need it. Why NoPEX is SLD done yet? Puts or calls. SLD is going to be done in about 2 minutes. Um, the puts or calls question's a good one. I'm probably not prepared to answer at this time. See what VIX is trading at. So we got VIX back at 25. Futures went on a wild ride last night. Is JPAL Mr. Toad? Huh. Is this going to be on the exam? Sure. Why NVIDIA down to 220 end of day? It's not. NYSE doesn't come after them right away, but they can come after them and force them into a reverse split. Good morning, Gherk. Does the pre-market dip on IWM invalidate Pickle's pick PT? No. Although I did enter lower on Friday. Um, it looks like I'm up right now. So no. It doesn't invalidate the price target. It does possibly offer a slightly better entry opportunity for stuff if you're into that kind of thing. Um, oh shit. Sorry, I got kicked off the Discord audio. Is that working now? Okay. It looks like it is. Hmm. I didn't name change. This is huge. It's really not. You were super bear man through most of the rip to the upside. SPX up 0.2% today. And my July 3850 Ps are up as well. VIX is opening slightly more elevated this morning. QQQ drilling. That's not what I like to hear. Upstart, whoa. Huh. Well, I like that. Hmm. Okay. Totally rational markets here. Very nice. Would you describe the SPX on the 2 hour as a bear flag? I would, except the focal point of that bear flag is the Fed meeting. This doesn't exactly feel like an OPEX, my dude. Awesome. Thanks for sharing your opinion, Popcorn Trader. NVIDIA not matching some pump on SPX. LOL. Yeah, that's the first, right? Futures are going kind of crazy right now in their attempt to break 39.62, of which they have now failed 3 times. VIX at 26.18. This could be a sign of a slightly larger failure. See how 0 DTE data is starting to look. UBS is down 8% in pre-market. Well, it's not anymore. GMAX all the way to 26 with 45 still in game. Okay. Nice. See us ripping as well. They're still down bigly. I'm well aware. I have a few puts. I kind of wish it would drop more. Although I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe I should just sell them here. How's Zom doing today? Zom looks interesting. Maybe it's not that interesting. Fubo getting killed. Fubo officially a penny stock. Well, it looks like the whole basket's getting a little bit murdered and open. I don't know if that's going to persist. But yes, Fubo quite cheap right now. I don't even know it filled there. Oh. It's okay, guys. NVIDIA has a green candle. The market's saved. Um, 59. Okay, we don't have any data for that yet. FRC halted. Is Fubo a good buy at these prices, or can I get it cheaper? It's pretty fucking cheap historically. I mean, maybe. When you start piling in on uranium stuff, I already have a bunch of uranium stuff. Okay, so 39.30 looks like a little bit of point of resistance. Gamma flip point 39.95. Pretty decent 0 DT call volume coming in around the 39.55 through 39.75 level right now. Gamma dropping, but still negative. Today's gamma positive right now. Did you get a position in Zom? Like a little one? I think you have enough information to sue the SEC, FINRA, NYSE, and the market makers if you wanted to. For GME? Maybe. I've thought about it before. I would need to become a substantial shareholder in probably XRT. Rev, GME, Bobby. Yeah, I would still need to be a shareholder in at least one of the major ETFs. And then I would have to have losses, right? I mean, otherwise, what am I suing them for? Look at me. Look how long I've been with you now, husband. These have been the greatest 21 months of my life. Praise be to you and the Lady VWAT Pickleman, Riku. Praise be to you, Darth. XOM, not Zemetica. Nice entry for little Zombats. Where's the 130 shill at? I should have been clear. What was your position in ZOM? It slipped its gamma neutral and is in a huge downtrend. I have some $100 calls. How many American dollars for a lock of your hair? One, but you have to get it yourself. Good entry on Revlon? Almost never. Did they manage to stabilize the treasury market, or is it still a volatile mess? It's still a volatile mess, but they're pushing forward a narrative of stability. Unrealized gains? Yeah, you could argue it, but I've not only would I need to buy into XRT, I'd have to hold it for at least a period of time. What are the feelings today regarding your straddle? We still looking for ups toward the rate increase. As far as my straddle goes, I will be shedding small parts of it at various price targets, depending on price action on the SPX. So I'll be pulling little bits of it back over the next couple days, trying to capture some of the potential upside volatility, and then I will be looking to buy calls on the video. Hold the majority of it through the Fed meeting. Curiouser. Okay. Gold's killing it. Thanks, gold. Like, any sell pressure tanks the market. How could they keep this up for much longer? No, they can. I mean, were you here for the last 2 weeks? Hey, Gherk, check DMs and whatnot. Oh, shit. What's up, Atomic? Oh, those are sold. Right? Those have got to be sold. Who the fuck would buy those? There's no money in that. Now I just want to buy $35,000 $1 calls and ruin their day. Has Atomic finally stopped suffocating Fubo? He loves it like a child. You take some profit in the pre-market drop on your put side. I didn't get a lot of fills, but a little bit, yeah. I shed about 15 contracts. What's stopping you from buying $1 calls? I mean, I guess nothing. Is the gold play that people will want more of it mined out? Do you mind touching on why GLD? Why not GLD instead? So, yeah. It still has a high correlation with the price of gold. I could have done GLD, I suppose. I don't know if it really matters which one. This one's cheaper, that's why. Ranch Chugger. Lovely. Ko-Fi not approved. That's not your job. That's JC's job. He's not doing it. This is doing really well this morning. No, I don't hold gold. Where's JC for Ko-Fi approval? Morning's Ko-Fi coming in turgid. Is that bullish or bearish? We'll find out. Hmm. It's still pretty elevated, especially given our price. Don't trust this at all. Bond futures are still down. You know what's weird is NASDAQ's down still. Russell 1000 killing it, as is Dow. Tech not looking so hot this week, Dork. Why didn't tech bounce? Very curious indeed. Have you ever seen a reverse split announced with just 1 week to the vote date? Oh, you son of a bitch, I banned you. Ugh. Fucking Google. Yes, although no announcement is necessary for a reverse split at all. They tend to perform much better when they don't wave a giant red flag at the short sellers. Gee, I don't know, man. So strange, right? Like, wasn't tech the most defensive sector in existence for recessions? You know what I need to do today? I think I know what I need to do. Unless it's too late. God damn it, it's too late. Son of a bitch. Or is it? How much are 225 weeklies? Is the difference between NASDAQ and SPY just all NVIDIA dropping? It could be. Hey Greg, I put 20% of my port into GME weeklies on that dip. Now I'm out. Best OPEX in a long time for me. Thanks for all you do. Nice, man. Congratulations. Is it futures you expect to top 418 or SPX? SPX. GLD and SLV are akin to what XRT is to GME, faux gold silver liquidity providers. Mucho compliance there. Sprouts ETFs probably have the metal versus paper, but the RCM is the custodian, so you're trusting the CA government to comply with its own rules and not nationalize. Yeah, I'm just playing the boomer pump on gold. I'm not that interested outside of that small. How's GME looking now? Are they covering? Yeah, it looks like they are a little bit. Our tips doth dwindle ever nearer one another. How that guy paid for his wedding on Friday? Well, he went long on 300 calls when Nvidia was trading at like 242. I doubt it. Although I'm sure he had a stop loss. I mean, he probably scalped a bit, but probably not a lot. This is the lamest OPEX yet for Bobby. Okay. Well, it's a big pile of shit. So, when housing market bottom, asking for a me, maybe next year? End of this year into next year? I would wait for at least rates to stabilize or the Fed to pivot. Six months after unemployment skyrockets. What period of FTDs is this OPEX period covering? Oh, Jesus Christ. FTD is not are not OPEX. OPEX creates FTDs. OPEX is the resolution of all the trades that didn't fail. What period what exactly is the story of Freg's Day? I don't think today's a great day to talk about it. Maybe tomorrow. Tesla doing a small OPEX-y type thing. It does do that. How horny would you get if the Fed pivoted on Wednesday? I mean, I'd be very bullish on my calls. Maybe I should have held on to my April Nvidia puts. I think you'll get another entry opportunity, maybe. can we talk Fubo? What would you like to talk about it? Do you go over the significance of quad witching? Doesn't it just imply a lot of volatility? Pardon the pun. I mean, yeah, generally speaking, there's just a lot of repositioning following it. Um, Outside of that, I mean, it tends to be one of the larger options expirations in a quarter. You know, you have the futures expiration, you have FX expirations, right? So there's a lot of like volatility across, you know, futures, currency futures, equities. Um, that's generally the significance of it, is it just generates a lot of volatility. Hey Gorkle, resident Google shill, can you tell me what you think about it today? Thanks, I love you. I'm the Google shill. It looks okay. Uh, Running into a little bit of resistance at 100. I don't think that's unexpected. It's still got room to the upside. Maybe a slight pullback on this failure. I don't know. Here's the problem with the upside on Google, is I don't know if it'll be realized before the Fed meeting. In which case, it may not be as promising of an upside as it currently appears. But we'll see. SPX is driving higher, and Google's pretty heavily weighted, and well, everything. More so in NASDAQ, but oh, shit. The longs are doing the thing. They're stair-stepping the fuck out of this. Right through that little flat delta spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got some 39.45s and 50s coming in. 39.60 getting bricked up. Says 39.75. Even some 4,000 calls coming in today. If we hit the gamma flip with some momentum, we could move. Oh, look at this bag of shit. I think March Madness will be good for it also. How do you be the sector-wide rate increases? Will you buy more down here? I'm DCAing as I'm done 66%. How do you down the sector-wide rate? View. Oh, how do you view the sector-wide rate increases? Oh, I don't think that makes a huge difference in Google's revenue. Um, but I'm still waiting for a market correction before buying any more Google. I really don't want to buy it above 80 at all. Did you ever watch that episode of Hoarders where the lady was hoarding her poo? They bulldozed her house and sent her to an asylum. Do we still have asylums in the US? Please make Jimmy go to $20 today. Much appreciated. Love Nesquik. I can't make it do that, but it could do that all on its very own. Where is the SPX gamma flip point? 3962 ish. If hearing options contracts getting filled to the upside gives me a semi, am I a real stock trader now? No, you're just a pervert. How's IV looking for GMA? Slowly ticking up. I posted the IV chart in the daily, Hazy. Although I will say that call skew is not picking up a lot with it. So that means, Reddit's not buying enough weeklies. It's okay. They'll chase. I see you draw lines that make the tickets do stuff. I know what you're talking about. If I was, certain puts would have printed. In reality, I'm a highly regarded individual with too much money and time on his hands and not enough smarts. Hey, Gurk, first time buying options here. I'm trying to get myself out of the hole I dug myself in with GMA. Okay. Our GME April 28th, 1750 calls, a good idea. And I got some April 28th Upstart calls at 1550 and 1650. Well, first of all, congratulations on your morning with Upstart. The second thing is, why the fuck April 28th? You know those are a weekly contract. So I'll try to help you out a little bit, as much as I can here. The April 28th contract is a weekly. The contract preceding it on April 24th, 21st, sorry, is a monthly contract. It is going to be vastly more liquid than the 28th, which will save you a lot of money in the spread when buying or selling options. Um, that's very, very important thing to note. The rest of it doesn't sound too bad, provided GME and Upstart continue to move up. Why is Fubo getting wrecked? Why not? No, Fubo's not broke, or at least they're not going bankrupt yet. And they have the option to reverse split if they're only. First of all, they're not so far on notice from the NYSE for being below $1. They could end up there, but currently that's not an issue. And if they reverse split to get out of that situation, be prepared for that as a possibility. Big puts on Fubo at $1 expiring on Friday. Yeah, I know. Atomic showed me. I'm not. I don't know why anybody would be buying those because by the middle of this week, they'll have almost no effect on the price. They already almost don't, right? Like they're just at the money. So the guy who bought my Fubo at 279 in early Feb, I'm sorry. I want to know who exercised my covered calls on Fubo at 250 when we were trading at $2. I assume it was one of you. Has there been an OI update? Oh, okay, there it is. It's Popcorn Trader. Has there been an OI update for SPX? Yes. Like 10 minutes ago, I took a look. We were seeing a decent amount of call volume build up. The range we're in right now, gamma's relatively flat, even on the longer dated positioning. So we could get hung up here, between like 230, 235. If we break up above, or I'm sorry, 39, 30, 30, 39, 30, 39, 35. If we break up above 39.50, it starts to get very bullish. or a breakdown below 3,900. Is there a difference if Fubo reverse splits versus another stock? You said before it's not bullish. If that happened, expect more downs. Fubo's got some decent insider ownership. I don't know how much of it would sell off, or institutional ownership. I don't know how much of it would sell off in the event of a reverse split. It would really depend on the ratio. It could be an opportunity for shorts to get out of Fubo, which some of them may want to do. Given their increasing revenues and larger subscriber base. Although, if I was short Fubo at, $20, I'd probably wait it out. It can trigger a share recall. ZZ, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Is OPEX basically DRS with extra steps? No. Sold most of my position on Fubo when it was over $3. Felt really bad doing it, thinking I'm leaving money on the table. My feelings have changed. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I sold in the money covered calls on pretty much the entirety of my position in January. And I closed out like all my synthetic longs. I still need to do the math on positionally how I'm doing on Fubo, but I think it's pretty good. Annoying that, you're playing such small price improvement, but real question, after assignment, how long until the cash settles? T+2? T+1? Depends on your broker. I feel like the super puts could have been an attempt to drop the price to enter a large long position or exit a short. I wouldn't be surprised if those are sold to close later today. They might be. Is there a possibility that GME may not hit Gamma Max? Sure. I think that's always a possibility. Although it's resisting the downturn here in the market pretty well. How's Upstart doing? Not as well. Doing okay, though. Ooh. Yeah. Call and put volume coming in this range is fairly even, and 39.30 is negative. So, I mean, if we're trading above 39.30, we're moving into a more positive range, but the momentum really doesn't pick up until we hit like 39.50. Although on this little dip here, a bunch more calls came in, so that's, I guess, a good sign. Definitely like a big zero DTE concentration from 39.55 to 39.75. Gamma flips moved up a little bit to 39.7250. So the upside could still be very volatile, especially if it's driven by any significant amount of futures buying. So watch out for that. Also, rug pulls if you have zero DTEs. manage your stops. I forget what you said before. When's the best time to sell CSPs? The week before OPEX, if we have an OPEX. Sometimes even if we don't. Do I see correctly that 39.30 and the put side outweighs and above 39.30 call side outweighs? Yeah. I mean, barely, but yes. And not on the longer term time frame. On the longer time frames, this whole range is pretty flat until we hit like 39.50. My Fubo cost basis is 2.85. One day, maybe in 3 years, I'll be green on it. I mean, if they continue, here's the deal with Fubo, right? Like, the company has obviously got some hardship going on, but they've managed to keep a decent amount of cash on hand, and their revenues and subscriber bases are growing. I think, you know, the entire thesis is that they will be able to complete their goal of hitting positive free cash flow by, you know, their target in 2025, right? So far that's on track. And if they do, then, you know, buying Fubo now, you're buying it at a insane discount to what it could be worth in the future. I mean, Fubo's always been a long hold. It's got a lot of volatility, so there's some cool opportunities on it with covered calls and synthetic longs. But it's still, you know, like a buy and hold. It's not a fun, like, I'm going to trade it every day position. Are you planning on holding calls past earnings? I'll see what GME's price does before earnings. What confirmation would you need to see today for an OPEX run for GME? I don't need any confirmation today. I expect, I mean, if we are going to see an OPEX, today's volume and volatility shouldn't be very impressive. I think, you know, we've had some weird OPEXs, but I don't think we've ever run hard on a Monday. We've had some Mondays where we closed up, but never on a lot of volume. So I don't have any big expectations for today on GME. Tomorrow, Wednesday, I'd like to see a lot more volume come in, and volatility pick up significantly. Thoughts on Zom? I have some $100 calls that I bought last Friday on it. So you're saying my Fubo Weekly 5Cs aren't going to print? 5C weeklies? Probably not. Is 327 enough theta to keep a straddle for the Fed meeting, or better to reposition to 331? See, 327 won't be enough for your losing leg. That's the problem. Is that the leg of your straddle moving out of the money is going to get slaughtered. So maybe just reposition the shorter dated one day to day until we get to the Fed meeting, and then leave it in place through the meeting. Are you forgetting Freg's Day? Oh, Freg's Day we started running on Friday, the week before though, right? Like we ran like 30% on Friday. We didn't do that last Friday. We had like a nice little run into close, but we've had earnings before OPEX. We've never had earnings in the middle of OPEX, although I don't think that changes how OPEX functions. Like, I mean, it might lead to us being shorted more, but earnings is Wednesday, right? Or Tuesday night. Is earnings the 22nd or the 20? Earnings is the 22nd, right? 21st. Hmm. Tricky. Yeah, I don't know. We may not see a lot of price improvement till Wednesday in that case. Fucking bastard. I'm like worried that if GME does run, they're just gonna fucking dilute. I don't like where they positioned it. Is the market trying to kill everybody holding 0 DTE? Yeah. The new BTFP mechanism to save banks is the new QE. It's not really QE and may lead to much more inflation and push stocks higher. Does this invalidate lower bearish expectations? It's not quantitative easing. It's a loan at a premium against the advance rate plus a premium for the Fed to hold HTM securities in lieu for 1 year. So it's not quantitative easing technically. Earnings are tomorrow, yeah. I got the dates mixed up. Tomorrow after close. I think there's a chance of announcing a share offering at this earnings. They likely would have capitalized on the current price if we were headed into further market downturn. Possibly. With slow decline in crude prices, looks like it's about to hit resistance and bounce up. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, oil's definitely very oversold. Is it possible the schedule of earnings interrupts this OPEC cycle and we either have an after hour run on earnings or start the real run on Wednesday? And that depends on FOMC. Yeah, that's possible. It could get pretty crazy. Which is great for volatility, not so great for, you know, making money. Sense of upstart is to Q's Nasdaq versus SPY or neither. It's not, Upstart's not super index exposed, but it's very illiquid. So the effect of active fund pressure on it is more pronounced. Any further thoughts on why Fubo did such a low offer if they didn't need the cash? Well, in hindsight, it wasn't a bad deal, right? Now that we're trading 80 cents lower. Maybe just a good opportunity to get cash. Cost to borrow up to 18.1%. Or they're going to reverse split anyway and they don't care. Nice. What do you expect out of earnings for GME? I think we'll have positive free cash flow, provided sales weren't just actually in the dumpster through the holiday season. Positive EPS, I think, is probably unlikely, and I doubt we beat year-over-year revenues. But 2 consecutive quarters of positive free cash flow is a good sign, especially with more store closures on the horizon. I don't think it'll lead to a significant repricing or anything, but could be decent. Share offering sounds like a great way to pump up your investor base, especially with all that forward guidance we've been getting. Share offering seems unlikely to me. Maybe copium, but I would have thought they would have done that at 25, 27. Hmm. Hey, Gurk, yesterday afternoon there was a lot of talk in Discord about CS being absorbed by UBS by folks a lot smarter and more experienced than me. Can we get your thoughts on the deal? I mean, UBS is kind of being strong armed, I think, into picking up Credit Suisse's bags. Fortunately for them, with the full backing of the Swiss government and minimal shareholder input. So I'm sure they'll be stable. I mean, UBS is going to have a hell of a time digging out all the risk in Credit Suisse's swaps, of which I'm sure there is plenty. But it sounds like they're more than hedged to handle it, so it should be a fairly smooth transition. Greg, are you watching the 2024 Olympics? No. What purpose do you think RC intentionally scheduled earnings tomorrow? I mean, he can put it any day last week. See, that's my problem, is I feel like RC is kind of like trying to move earnings around, like in and around OPEX, to find out like what the sweet spot for generating volatility is. I feel like as soon as he's successful, he's gonna do something with that. And that's concerning. Because I think we've GME has shown time and time again that its corporate interests are not in line with those who play volatility or want to squeeze on the underlying stack. So, well, which is just their shareholders. People hyped due to rising cost to borrow need to remember December OPEX, where cost to borrow rose from 6 to 20% within 2 days, and there was no price action. Yes, there are reasons for that, but my point stands. Yeah, rising cost to borrow. I mean, rising cost to borrow alongside everything else is a very good sign, but it's not, as a data point itself, it's not indicative of price improvement. It just means that we're illiquid enough that the only profitable source of shorts is the lending pool. Do you have any new thoughts on EPAM? I haven't looked at it in a little while. It's been some time since I've played it. It's pretty cheap, but it could get cheaper in the event of a large market downturn. I'd probably avoid it for the time being. I feel like volatility doesn't help nearly as much as actual positive price action. Yeah. I'd rather RC do that than pull an AA and dilute 70% below market value. True. Although I'd really rather he doesn't dilute at all. It's not a standalone data point, but it's one piece of the puzzle. Yeah, it's also the retail short borrow rate, right? So, sometimes, especially with DRS, GME's borrow rate can spike just because there's some shorting going on. That doesn't mean that, the prime cost to borrow is rising. And prime cost to borrow is not a data point that, we generally have access to, right? But rising, if the prime rate is rising, that's significant. How far in the money do you think NVIDIA 500C 616 will be by expiration? 50, 100? I don't think they will at all. I did buy some calls on NVIDIA earlier though, which so far I'm not regretting. Why all this dilution talk? Well, GME's only got $1 billion. And they can. And Ryan Cohen likes diluting. He spoke about that in his interview. He thinks dilutions are great. Help Girk, I'm only up 20% in my IWM position. What do? Seriously? I mean, $1 billion's not very much. If he's gonna try to fund a growth cycle through shareholder equity, he's gonna need a lot more money. I don't see GME releasing any bonds. Has there been a bond offer? No. There probably won't be until GME is profitable, right? Because he's gonna want those bonds upgraded before he issues them. Do you have a PT for the calls or just up? I don't know. They're up like 40%. I've got till April. I guess I'll just hold them. Gold's climbing. How can you say dilutions are great for a stock he owns so much of? It doesn't make sense to me. He can always buy more. He's a fucking billionaire. So if he dilutes, his shareholding down by 1%, he can then just buy more post dilution, right? Like he did in March, and then maintain his shareholding, but have more money. Any thoughts on lowest September NVIDIA puts for an IV play? Hundreds look like good Vega. I have some September 120s. Hundreds I might go out to the leap, honestly. Maybe they can raise money the old-fashioned way by selling products people want. Yeah, so that's not going great. You know? My girlfriend said if Jamie doesn't hit $17 today, she's leaving me. Buy puts, boys. What? I'm sorry. Is the realism too much for you, Hestia? Where can I get some of this HTM action, or is it just like playing bonds for 5% over 3 months? Yeah, it's kind of like that. I was digging into value plays last night, a few of them that I've been watching for some time, and treasuries are just better than buy and holds right now. The yields are so good. I mean, it's why the fuck even bother with risk? What do you mean? Nvidia only sells thoughts and prayers, and they're the fourth most valuable company in the world. Well, if fucking Furlong comes out and says AI, 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 crank my soft goods, you dirty little shareholders, then you know we'll see what happens. But until that, you know, this is the situation we're facing. How do you think this C-suite, who's down 75% from their cost basis, which is zero, would feel about further dilution after sticking it out with the company for 2 years? I would go with unhappy. If we're expecting a market downturn and wanted to buy some SQQQ, what do you think it could reach at the market bottom? That would depend on how consistent the drop was from the market's current price to the market bottom. You know, if NQ's negative or QQQ's negative, you know, 10 days in a row, SQQQ could move up quite a lot. Maybe like 60, 70, maybe 80. It's hard to say. It's a dangerous hold for the long term. I can say that much. Can Furlong just come out and say we're selling a bunch of chips via our stores and online to use for AI? Probably not, because they're not really exposed to you know, the people who would be buying those at all, right? They sell like retail gaming shit, not, you know, big stacks of video cards to server farms. 3960C 0 DTE looking spicy again today. Are they same like 3920C from Thursday, Friday? Or more like 3855P from Tuesday? They're moderately spicy. Not a bad target range for an upside move, I don't think. They are a bit expensive. Mostly because VIX is staying pretty elevated. VIX only just now hitting 25. I don't think 3960s have picked up a lot of value today because of that drop off. And volatility. What are you considering taking IWM profits? I have price targets. They're in the DD I wrote on IWM. Or, well, the write-up I did on IWM. You can buy NVIDIA GPUs at GME stores. Listen, here's the thing. No one's buying any NVIDIA goddamn GPUs, okay? I won't tolerate that FUD in this Discord or in this YouTube chat. Now, does GME have NVIDIA cards on their shelves? Yes. Do people buy them? No. Why is SQQ a dangerous hold? Volatility decay on the fund because it's leveraged. Our NFT marketplace is shaping up to be the world's biggest 1 million X AI soft good factory cranking distributor ever. We see AI soft good cranks pushing profits to 69 trillion. Bullish as fuck. You're hired, dork. You're the new spokesman. Get your ass down to Texas before tomorrow. Just, dork, I'll pay for you to fly down to Texas and hold a billboard that just says AI while walking around the parking lot at the GME corporate offices. All right, Thunder. I have puts before the FOMC meeting. I will only be buying a NVIDIA GPU with the profits from my NVIDIA puts. What are the Tesla Greeks? I'm debating selling Tesla deep in the money call tomorrow afternoon or just sell the stock before I straddle FOMC. Let's see. Gamma neutral is at 180. Gamma max 292.41. Delta neutral at 156.47. But as of Friday, that was beginning to drop. IA here and AI there. Here AI, there AI. Oink. Spent $5,500 building a new PC last month. Did not buy a single thing from GME. They're not competitive all in the PC space. Only for people that have no idea. Which is most people, to be fair. Bobby at 86. Probably going to do a share offering soon. They're just always doing a share offering. Did you get a new camera? Yeah, I did. I have not, nor will I buy anything from GME ever. I bought a Nintendo Switch there like a year and a half ago. But only because they were the only place that had it in stock. When building a new PC, I usually do Newegg, but they're so terrible. This year when I build a new one, I'm going to price compare with GME and switch when it makes sense. I'm going to go to Micro Center. I'm strangled so poorly, although I don't need a new computer. I might just buy one anyway. I'm strangled so poorly, I'm down 1K on each leg. I need a breakout either direction. Interesting. What are you strangled at? Did you not tighten up the upside of your strangle to account for the drop in VIX as price rose? I don't like fucking Taco Bell. It's gross. You played Pokemon, what, once? Yeah. Yeah, I played it one time. I've used my Switch twice since I bought it. I also think I'm still signed up for that Nintendo annual subscription thing. I should cancel that. I saw an interesting take on Jamie's game pre-orders. Using $5 pre-orders as a savings account, safest Fort Knox. Need cash? Hit my Jamie pre-order at the money cash hoard. ATM cash hoard. That sounds like a terrible idea. I went to pre-order the new Zelda game for my kid. GameStop's website was sold out, so I pre-ordered it off Amazon. How do you... Okay. Looked up RTX 4090, several models, and GS beats Newegg prices on every card. Look at that. Blasphemy. AMD taking another poopy. I saw 1.4 mil 90p for 331.23. Nice. VIX under 25. Cool. Taco Bell quesadillas? They're covered in like ranch. They're disgusting. Diablo 2 remake is great on Switch. Yeah, I have a PC. So here's why I never should have bought a console. Ever. Because I have a PC. Do you ever use in the money options as a leg for a strangle? Yes. Sometimes. It's not ideal. It's not a strangle anymore at that point. It's called a guts, but you can do that. They have chipotle sauce on them. They're great. That's spicy ranch. I'm thinking about cutting my OPEX calls while they're green. Paper hands. Listen, I made a lot of money this quarter. I intend to lose some of it on OPEX. Del Taco greater than Taco Bell? Yeah, it is. Well, their quesadillas definitely are. How do you sell out of a game that isn't out yet? Well, I'd imagine that Amazon just allows you to pre-order infinite of them, and GameStop's website cuts it off based on their inventory. Fun fact for your stance on hot sauce: Frank's Red Hot was designed to hide the taste of slightly off meat. So was catsup. Sorry that we can't all be wealthy like you and have the financial wherewithal to be able to badmouth Taco Bell. Pick me up a chalupa when you get back with the milk, Dad. Taco Bell used to be so much better. Like when I was a kid, it was delicious. I remember when chalupas were made fresh and not just fried and stored all day. Or the Crunchwrap Supreme actually had things in it besides just a corn tortilla. I do. But like all things ruined by shrinkflation, Taco Bell has been ruined as well. First it was Dave Grohl, now it's my favorite fast food quesadilla. I think you need to go to Del Taco. Just go to Del Taco, get a spicy jack quesadilla with green sauce and scorcho. Get drunk, eat that in your car. Don't drive home, that's illegal. And then tell me how you feel. We said earlier on stream when I was driving, I'm new to options, so looking at monthly X-ray versus weeklies is beneficial, yes. Attempting to dig myself out of my initial exuberance, thank you. The monthly contract, especially on like individual equities, is far more likely to have um better spreads and decent liquidity on the strikes you're looking at, which means your upfront cost of premium on the contract can be lower or at least more in line with the market price. If you're looking at weekly contracts, you might have a really wide spread and thus get a terrible fill. I don't even know what the fuck Taco John's is. They don't have Del Tacos on the East Coast. Del Taco doesn't have the preservatives that I'm used to. Remember when Taco Time cooked their pinto beans fresh every day? Oh wait, they still do that. PNW's answer to Taco Bell is better than any of the rest of the fast food Texican swill. Interesting. I've never been to Taco Time. Bro, I went to Taco Bell, it was like $30 for two people, and the lady behind the counter was insanely condescending to the employees. I could have done Five Guys for the same price. Oh, really? That seems excessive. I feel like Taco Bell's not as expensive as Five Guys. We used to have to fry new ones every 30 minutes. That's not how it works anymore. Is GME doing the OPEX thing? It's doing a thing. Is that thing OPEX? We'll find out in the next 2 days. If the Fed goes with 0.25 and we're bearish until September on Nvidia, is there any benefit to picking up the puts before FOMC? Or if we move quick after the meeting, still get decent puts, DCA? Nvidia's got a ton of room to the downside. I think you can be patient with it. Big volume? No. Some volume, yes. Did you cut the put side of your straddle already? I closed some of it in the pre-market. The rest of it's open. I haven't closed any of the long side of it yet. It's my birthday today. I'm demanding MOASS. Happy birthday, Up Moon. I hope you get it. I hope I get it too, but mostly for you. Taco Bell used to use grade F meat in the late 90s and early 2000s. Lower grade than dog food. Yeah, but at least there was some of it. The Dans know something about paying for Five Guys. Just a reminder to everyone, if you ever feel hungry, just go to the mirror, look yourself deep in the eye, and say Taco Bell 3 times. A rich delicacy menu of delicacies will appear somewhere in your apartment/house. Hmm. I think that's... Are you possibly suffering like some sort of delusions due to starvation? You're hallucinating. I don't think the party is covering would be bothered by the small amount the market has moved up today. If the market moves up hard, that could force earlier covering. These fools don't use the Taco Bell app, and it shows a crunch wrap, beefy layer, 5-layer, fiesta potatoes, and a medium drink, $5.50. Don't at me. All right, listen, Boxy Light, but at the cost of your personal data. Taco Bell knows when you're hungry, and they get to notify you of their great deals, encouraging you to eat more Taco Bell and kill yourself sooner. Is steak tartare just ham salad? No. Steak tartare is disgusting. Dissociative identity disorder. One identity summons the Taco Bell fetcher by doing the mirror thing. Oh, okay. I have not had pizza in a cup, nor will I ever. Steak tartare seem like beef poke. You'd have to ask Dancy Queen. I noticed Jimmy is up 30 cents. MOASS, believe it or not, no. Steak tartare is like spicy tuna filling, but with steak. And not as good. If you don't want to order on the app, you can also exchange your social security card for a free churro. Taco Bell doesn't have churros. They have like cinnamon twists, which are foam with cinnamon, like the least amount of cinnamon sugar possible to evoke the illusion of flavor. Did you ever pay $12 for a medium-sized cup at Aunt Annie's Pretzels? No. This Del Taco, Taco Bell, and Taco Time Talk is sad. Can you all just get real Mexican food? You know, the stuff that doesn't have yellow cheese melted all over it? It depends where you live. Sometimes, no. Is there a weird cult that keeps Long John Silver's in business? How and why? People who eat fried shrimp. Thoughts on JPOW announcing 0 or 25 hike, but escalating the fund rate to the terminal rate immediately. With oil tanking, if he's firm now, he's set up to declare victory in April on CPI. So wait, hold on. What are you saying? So he does 0 or 0.25, but raises the terminal rate? I'll take better home window cover. Blinds or curtains? Curtains. Blackout curtains. Weighted ones. Hey, Girk, I want to ask about Gamma Vana charm exposure. Can you recommend where to learn about notional intraday changes in them and infer implied moves? Or after weeklies or moves after weeklies expire? I don't know how much inference like the derivatives, like the second and third order Greeks have far less impact on like day-to-day price than the first order Greeks do. I mean, you can look up papers and studies done on, you know, options, gamma or Vana and charm. But I think you'll find that most of the time the options trends on many equities are not nearly robust enough for them to have any significant effect whatsoever. Their effect is more noticed on big indices where that kind of exposure is notionally larger. And even then still takes a backseat to, you know, delta, gamma, vega, and theta, right? So yeah, there's plenty of research papers out there that you can look up to find out more about them, but I don't think you should necessarily look at them as any kind of leading price indicator, but more of an analysis tool to and use them as confirmation of a potential trend. Isn't steak tartare raw ground beef? It's more like chopped up, very finely chopped up steak than it is ground beef. Is there good Mexican in New York City? Not really. Very, very, very little of it. And the best spots are all super fucking overpriced. How are my 39.35 SPX puts green for me when the price is moving up? You possibly bought them when VIX was lower? It's Wednesday afternoon, sick coyote. He announced the rate hike, but moves the fund rate to the terminal target rate since the funds rate is lagging behind the announced rate. So on paper, he's dovish, but immediately shocks bonds. Okay, that would be a very strange move, given that, you know, they're all about their transparency now. But interesting. I don't know why anyone living in New York with any amount of disposable income would ever get fast food. Sometimes, and rarely, I try not to eat any fast food if possible, but sometimes I'm drunk and it's 3 in the morning and I haven't eaten that day. Free milestone shot, Riku, Idaho beef. Thank you so much, man. Wait, did you re-pigeon whale? When did that happen? I've only been to New York City one time in my life, and while I was there, my client said I had to try the best Mexican food in the world and brought back the worst tacos I've ever had in my life. So I've had a discussion with a couple chefs in New York City about this. And the reason that it's so hard to find good Mexican food in New York City is that most of the places that are, called Mexican food aren't, right? So you have a lot of restaurants that are like Ecuadorian or Dominican cuisine or Guatemalan like cuisine, Panamanian, um, even like Colombian, right? That say they're Mexican food, but they're not at all, right? And so it's very hard to find like the same type of cuisine that you'd find on like in like California, which I guess would be like more influenced by like the Baja Peninsula or like the northern Mexican states. And so yeah, it's really hard to find that specific kind of Mexican food. I think there's more like food that's from like the Mexico City region. Like there's a lot of like moles and um fuck is that other sauce? I can't think of the name of it right now. God damn it. That's gonna drive me nuts. It's good Puerto Rican food. Plenty of that basically everywhere in New York City. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Adobo? Maybe adobo. But it's like in California, like you get really used to the like the Mexican food's a lot lighter, generally speaking. I mean, outside of like San Diego burritos, but like, you know, and on the East Coast it's a lot heavier. Taco Bell quesadilla sauce. But I think it's a combination of those two things is why like the Northeast has such terrible Mexican food. I had the best burrito tacos yesterday. I thought you should know. Also, if you want good Mexican food, you have to go to Sunset Park in Brooklyn. No, it's not good. I've been there. Girk, when are you going to settle down with a nice Hasidic broad from South Williamsburg? I'm a Gentile, so probably never. In the event of another GME run, do you have a price target, or when would you sell your shares? $100 a share? $200 a share? Or would you just keep your sell shares and sell CCs on the top? I'd probably just keep them. They're almost free. Gotta go to lunch soon, but I want to ask, with this gamma on SPX, do you think we'll tap 4,000 today? I calls with 6 May June puts as a hedge, could cut and reposition still. I'm in calls with May 6 June puts as a hedge. No, that sounds pretty safe. And you've got a ton of time on your put side. But yeah, I don't know if we'll hit 4,000. That's maybe a bit of a stretch. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, especially if the gamma exposure flips positive today. I could see us hitting 4,000 tomorrow. Pushing 4,000 today might be a bit of a stretch. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's unlikely. Honest question, what am I watching? I don't fucking know, no man. Are you watching this? Stream? We're trading stocks. That's what we do here. Well, actually, no. We mostly bullshit about food, various kitchen appliances, and the genital locations of centaurs. But sometimes, well, yeah, bidets and coffee as well. Sometimes we trade stocks. SPX or Dow. For cat to reach 225 today, we probably want to see SPX above 3950. More importantly, we'd probably want to see YM move closer to 3300 or 33,000 rather. The Dow's up like 1.7% today. It's doing pretty well. We mostly talk shit about everything Dirk likes. That's not true. I didn't say anything bad about the VIX today at all. The best kitchen utensil I own is bear claws for pulling smoked pork butts. You know, you can just do that with your hands, right? I just subscribed just because of your answer. Awesome. Centaurs have a horse tackle. I think we've already determined that it's on the front. I don't like the VIX. VIX and I are fighting. Oh, I didn't realize you were on the outs again. Who has tough enough smoked pork butts that they need claws? Yeah, I thought they were just like impossible to pick up. Maybe I'm wrong. Are you planning on holding IWM March 31 180s up to Wednesday? I'm planning on holding them a bit longer. Things just started looking better, but then Vix went out and started acting all crazy again, telling me I'm gaslighting her. Then she goes on these rants about how she's not undervalued. Ugh. Closest thing to being Wolverine you can buy. It makes you feel alive. You could just put like butter knives in between all your fingers and just go like, no. I feel like that shouldn't be discounted. In a normal market, you mean a bull market? And on SPX specifically, how much theta do you typically get? Like for what? Like a swing trade? I don't know, 21 DTE. You gotta clip that? Or you clip it, Paris. I put a buy order for GME at $16.99. It's stuck on 17. I feel like you've filled already, right? How have you not filled? GME's trading at $16.95. What's your go-to order from a taco truck in LA? Usually tacos. What kind of utensils do centaurs use? Sporks? Maybe just a pitchfork? Um, just like long forks, right? Because the height, the distance from the table is extreme. What's on New York City street mirror? I don't meat. But you just hot dogs? You're talking about hot dogs? I'm not a huge fan. Although I will say that there's like a nostalgic thing from when I was like a little kid, where like if I go and eat hot dogs in the middle of winter, kind of dope. It has to be 20 degrees or less out. Other than that, I don't think I ever eat hot dogs because they're disgusting. The best food places have the least food options. That's true. Yeah. The fewer items on the menu, the more likely that those items will be good. I just heard reminiscences of a stock operator. It's kind of sad. Online brokers today, same as a bucket shop of 1915, little better than OTC betting. Yeah, unfortunately. Thankfully, the market's not efficient. How do you feel about half your viewers being from Seattle? I thought they were from Canada, given the number of questions I get about TSFA accounts. Best street tacos? Hmm. Pastor. Well, I mean, it's never asada, right? Sometimes Gherk drops gems, such as do puts cost same like shares, potatoes are poor people food, and the classic, if it's green, sell the fuck out of it. Praise be to Gork, first of his name, king of the centaurs, and stock god. Praise be to you, fiscal stupidity, Pikachu in a business suit. Um, thank you so much, man. Riku. I didn't think Canadians were allowed to trade or have money. I mean, they're kind of not. The size of the menu is not a sufficient factor, as some restaurants offer mini dishes that are the same ingredients, same Mexican and Chinese. Okay, I can agree with that. If all the dishes contain the same ingredients, there's a potential for it not to be awful. Burrito tacos, absolute fire. Yeah. They're okay. They're a bit rich. Like I don't like to eat a lot of them or eat them very often. It's like, I can't wait to dip this fucking braised meat back into its own concentrated fat and slurp it down. Like they're delicious, but if you eat like 4 of them, you're gonna be sick. Pastor or like grilled fish tacos. Oh God. Sometimes I miss California. Not the people, but the weather and the tacos. I sent Zingo a box of frozen tamales and dry ice from California, Arkansas. Let me know who needs tamales. I might. I bet you misses California regional banks too. I only bank with people that present uh, systemic risk. If your bank can't be defined as a contagion, should you really be banking with them? If half your viewers are Canadian, they only account for 31.5% of your viewers because of the exchange rate. Conch tacos? No. Come back to San Diego. I never lived in San Diego. I lived in Orange County in LA, but I never lived in San Diego. I'll make it a life goal to become Pontiff of VWAP if you can figure out how to make SoCal Taquiera food at home and share it with me. I mean, some of it's pretty easy. Like asada is really easy to make at home. The hard part is getting like fresh cilantro and tomatoes in other parts of the country. Like on the East Coast, I don't know about the Midwest, but I know on the East Coast it can be particularly hard to get tomatoes that aren't overly ripe and thus sweeter. And fresh cilantro is really difficult unless you grow it yourself. Um, I don't know, but the meats aren't hard to make. Salsa's a bitch, but that's just because you have to grind it in a mortar and pestle, and it takes so long. And then you've got more of it than you could possibly eat. Squishy13, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. 1,059 watching, 410 likes. Those are rookie numbers. Pump that ratio up. Fucking seriously, people. Even if you're hate watching right now, you're hate watching for OPEX, right? Which you kind of still believe in a little bit, don't you? If you took a boat from San Diego to New York, are you going to go around the Horn like a gentleman or take the Panama Canal like a Democrat? I'm going to go around the Bering Strait like an explorer. I'll say it before and I'll say it again. GME only rips when viewership drops to 600. It's true. I don't think our low for this quarter was 741 one day. So we got close. I mean, we might have like test of Gamma Max potential. Tesla price cuts not a fad, but a trend. Morgan Stanley comments. I'd be so happy if Jimmy rocketed and AMD imploded. Is this too much to ask? Billions of dollars lost for like 2K gains for me is reasonable, right? No. Here's the problem. I think a lot of people are finally converting to watching Gherk for SPX and the market. Well, it's far more reliable than GameStop. But people are still here for GameStop. A lot of people are still holding a lot of GameStop. And that's why we call you Pi Ferdinand McGurkin. Alright, that was pretty good. What's up, Bedhead? Why didn't you tell us that Jensen Huang is the uncle of Lisa Su? Is that true or just racist? Is he like a pervy uncle? I'm here for my monthly gamble and to strangle Fed news. Fair enough. I got a haircut this weekend, and now I might be closer to being immensely ruggedly handsome like you. Gherk, any tips on how to carry this responsibility irresponsibly? Thanks, Corneb. Appreciate it. Shorting NVIDIA, same like suppressing AMD's price for better long entries? Are we doing a tech sector VIX short? Huh. I mean, maybe a little bit. Gherk, I came here to be shilled to buy GME, and I stayed for the Centaur equestrian community. Nice. Any plans on getting puts for FOMC? I have puts. I have a bunch of puts. I have 105 puts on SPX. Well, total. I also have puts on FSLR, NVIDIA, um, MicroStrategy soon. Hmm. Some other things. AMD. I have a lot of puts. You also have super bullish calls. I know. Thanks, Grackle. Lisa Su's grandfather is Jensen Huang's uncle. They're not exactly niece and uncle, but close relatives. Cousins? You mean cousins? The word's cousin. Second cousins, I believe? Or is that third? I don't know. I'm not from the South. I've never needed to make the distinction, but it's one of those. QCOM just released a $400 chip. Okay, cool. Do you ever get tired of raking in profits? No. I can become disillusioned at times with money in a probably unhealthy way. FSLR at 205. Noted. Thank you, Destjar. Those from the South don't make the distinction at all. Going full General Sherman with the way you just burn the South like that. It was just a joke, right? If you ever get disillusioned and hate your money, send it my way. I prefer to give it to the market makers. While the Dillionaire song is amazing, at some point a stock agnostic version would probably be appropriate as more of us metamorphosis from GME caterpillars to SPX butterflies. Maybe we'll wait for the futures transition. Gherk, stop feigning ignorance of familial relationships. We all know your uncle is the Ayatollah Khomeini. That's why you keep trying to convince us that you're Sicilian. My family tree looks like the Olympic rings. I'm from the South. Oh boy. Can we all just admire how well behaved Jimmy has been today in its little up channel? It has been, right? It's doing all the things we like to see. That's for sure. These NVIDIA calls are doing really well. um, hmm. Well, these finally picked up some value, and now I think I want to put a stop on them. But not too close. Maybe like just protect profitability or protect my cost basis. Yeah, I'll just protect my cost basis for now. No need to be greedy just yet. Plenty of upside potential here as we cross 39.55 and we move into that range of much higher call gamma. You bullish, bearish QCOM, or just unconcerned? Not particularly concerned with the announcement of a chip. I'd be far more interested in the sales of that chip in the future. My southern wife didn't appreciate that joke. Our mother is furious too. Value play I've been watching is GTN. Is it better than treasuries? I'm having a hard time finding anything better than treasuries outside of like energy or commodities for like a value buy right now. Like consumer durables, eh. Consumer non-durables, meh. Yeah, I've been buying some copper. I've been buying into coal. Energy's so fucking cheap, it's not even funny. Not solar, but oil. Leverage treasuries into more treasuries is better. You shut your mouth. That would be extremely risky. That's on PBR, Petro Brazil. It is cheap, largely due to the fact that there's a lot of political instability, or well, uncertainty with the regime change in Brazil, and PBR is currently not pricing in the value of its dividend returns, or its forward dividend returns. It's quite cheap. I own some. My cost basis is still a little bit lower than the current price, but if it drops, I'll probably average down. I think they're going to keep pushing out those strong dividends. I hope. Especially if oil prices bounce back. You could play the arbitrage between the common and preferred shares. Hard to do in your own trading account, but sure. I know you hate Canada. I don't hate Canada. How can you hate Canada? I have neutral feelings about Canada. I read an article that CIBC is renewing mortgages at 35 to 40-year terms just so borrowers can make payments. Sounds bullish. I was at a bar last weekend and they were trying to sell PBR for $6 a can. Did you buy any? You seem less bullish on Upstart for this OPEX. Really? I have quite a bit of Upstart. Largely because it ran pretty hard in January. Um, Most of my Upstart's very near the money. So I'm not taking a lot of risk with Upstart right now. I think we're gonna see more rate increases. And I think that it's possible that the timeline for rate increases will be extended, which is not good for their long-term valuation right now. Fifty-year mortgages were a thing right before 2008. Girk, what time did you say dinner would be ready tonight? I'm looking forward to finally meeting you. That's not happening. The PBR is used for hydration purposes in southern states. Oh. Is that how you avoid hookworm? Where did the horse guy go? I miss him. I don't know. Fubo over $2 anytime soon. It could run. Someone someone bought like 20,000 puts on it for this Friday. I don't know if it'll go over $2, but it'd be cool if it does. Sounds like we're talking about everything except SPX price action. Well, I'd already talked about SPX price action. If we move over 39.55, it gets quite bullish. We got rejected a little, but the trend is holding, and more calls are coming into the upside. Like the upside's getting stacked. Some people are even going so far as to sell some 39.90 and 4,000 puts, which is crazy to me. Waiting for my Fubo order to fill at 98 cents. Nice. Oh, I got stopped out of my SPX calls. God damn it. Gonna bounce here or fail? I could fail. You see any value in looking for bullish OBV divergences on the daily chart? New low on price, but higher OBV level than the previous bottom. Meh. I don't really like OBV as an indicator. Did you ever get an order stuck in TWS in the pink status color, which means cancel requested? How the fuck long can it stay this way? Been waiting a little while. It's probably already canceled. I don't know. I've never had it stuck. Or at least not that I've noticed. Call them, ask them why it's not canceling. Did the order already fill? What's business casual like in New York? A little, like, actually business casual. I would probably wear at least a button up. I don't know if you need to wear a tie, but definitely a button up. Business casual in Houston includes flip flops. Nvidia's dragging the market up. Hmm. Almost the midday now. Downside gap fill. I'm starting selling off hard. Jesus. I think the market and meme stocks move higher next week. Nvidia is the worst. I'm changing my name back. I'm starting getting hammered a little bit here. Definitely not my primary OPEX play, but I do have some positions on it. I would like to see it go up. Yeah, getting hit with a little bit of shorting there. Yo, gherkin, do you have any thoughts on what the market? No, I do not. Uh, a little too tight. Okay. Good morning, ending. What is the situation with Fubo now? It's dropping fast. Oh, it's up from where it was this morning. How does Sava look this week? Not particularly attractive. Are you ever going to address the Bobby bag holders? Yeah, they're idiots. Also, when will the GME 510 gang rise again? Probably not this year. Do you have Gamma Max or neutrals for Tesla? I went over it earlier. Um, it's trading. GN is at 180. Gamma Max is at 292. I highly doubt Tesla sees anywhere near Gamma Max, but it may rise up above Gamma Neutral a little bit in the next like couple days. Well, it already kind of is, right? Would it be advantageous to sell GME OPEX before earnings, regardless of whether we see OPEX covering by that point or not, due to IV crush? Thoughts? It could be worth it to take some profits ahead of time. Is selling Bobby covered calls profitable? I don't think naked calls, maybe. Definitely not covered calls. I guess they aren't ready for upstart to upstart. No. Although it can move up pretty quickly. I'm not really that concerned with it. 39.50 resistance? There could be some profit taking. I think we saw some here. I wouldn't say resistance. Most of this range is pretty positive. But yeah, a little pullback with profit taking there. Probably like the 39.35, 39.40 strikes. Above 39.55 is more significantly positive. Let's see what kind of changes are happening on longer time frames. But I think this range is relatively neutral if you look out a little further. Yeah. There's some resistance still at 39.50, but call interest is picking up a lot above 39.50 right now. So if we break above that, and the gamma flip point's at 39.57 right now, if we break above that, we can move up pretty hard, like 4,000. Looking more like 40-30 at the top end. Yeah, I probably wouldn't use technical analysis on anything that volatile. Or at least I wouldn't rely on it. Over what time horizon? End of day or before FOMC? I would say before FOMC, there's a good chance we see prices stabilize around 39.80 to 40.20. If we can break 39.50. If we can't break up above 39.50, we probably want to see that today. If we don't break up above 39.50 today, we could slip lower into the like neutral range around 39.25, which would be like 3900 to 39, well, between 3900 and 39.50 with the center point at 39.25. So there's two possible areas we could end up trading going into the FOMC meeting as delta neutral positioning comes in. Since so many puts are in place already on the longer dated time frame, I think we're starting to see more calls come in, and the upside's getting hedged, and so that's driving prices up. Yeah, I don't live in one of those towns. They didn't wipe out 3 days worth of upstart gains in 20 minutes. They didn't even bring us back to how low we were this morning. Yeah, FOMC is Wednesday at 2. I think the decision's at 2, the conference is at 2:30. Entering more long dated puts this week would be best after the Fed meeting on Wednesday. Much safer to know the direction the Fed's going to take than attempting to speculate on the outcome. Sorry, I meant my 3 days of green options went to red in 20 minutes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it got hit pretty hard there. You're either bag holding or you're a BlackRock shill. Your choice. Both. Hey, could SPX go up Monday to Wednesday and then down after FOMC? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought was going to happen this week. So far, it's working. What if we made financial crime illegal? Never happened. Or did the market also just tank of if the Fed pauses rates? Does that mean banks are in really bad shape? Or they spin it as help? They'll definitely spin it. Institutions still have a lot of bags they need to offload. Wells Fargo is like the American Credit Suisse. I would never bank with them. How dare you offend CS that way? So I have a lot of money with Wells Fargo. Why? Fucking who invests with the Pinkertons? You disgust me, popcorn trader. I keep my money in a brokerage account like a true full porter. All my money is with Fidelity, and between the two of us, we have trillions of dollars. It's really a one-sided equation, isn't it? We're going SPX. Just testing the bottoms. Maybe fill the gap? Maybe not. Sure as shit not pricing calls down very much. Ugh. What's VIX doing? Ooh, VIX is climbing up a little bit. Getting testy. Hey Greg, I'm an idiot. I just want to let you know that it's not your fault. Okay, taking off Friday. Wells Fargo really exemplifies the values I hold near and dear to my heart, like ruining the pores. Hmm. Jensen Huang's baked soft goods crank. Taco Bell time in 30 minutes. What happened to market crash? It's on pause. We're playing Valheim later? I'm gonna play Diablo 4 later. Sometimes in the stocks I'm invested in test bottoms. It tests my bottom as well. Interesting. I don't know what the hell Valheim is. Roll a barb? I could. Isn't the D4 beta closed today? I don't know. Go wait till next weekend. That's bullshit. Viking Exploration Building Fun Game? It's a survival game? I fucking hate survival games. The only thing I can imagine worse than being a prepper is pretending to be one. Two freezers, Grizz. And here we are financially prepping for the crash of the market. No difference. Hedged is not prepared. You think the only way we can have positive price action on SPX with 0.25 is if JPOW is dovish? I find it hard with everyone begging for no hike. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be all that dovish. I mean, the data doesn't support that. If he doesn't do a hike, he's basically just capitulating to the political demand. Do you have a favorite video game? Mine are Witcher 3 and Last of Us 2. I don't know if I have a favorite video game. Final Fantasy 7? Metal Gear Solid? Fallout 4 sucks. Witcher 3 is pretty awesome. My favorite video game is speedrunning Robin Hood 25k to 0. I never played the remake. You know, I never really played the older Splinter Cell games. I've heard a lot of good things about them, but I've never gotten to play them. Mass Effect or Dragon Age up there too. Mass Effect was briefly kind of cool. I never played Dragon Age. No, Fuberto's not going out of business yet. Robin Hood 2, Pickle Vines, and Powell Land. I have played Breath of the Wild. I don't think I like Zelda games that much. Any updates on Revlon? You know, I haven't been paying very close attention. I think there's some sort of vote. Not that it matters, because 90% of the shares are owned by one dude. What was the earliest gaming system you've owned? I had an Atari when I was little. I think that was the oldest. When I was like 12, I found a Commodore 64 that somebody like threw out and got it up and running. So maybe that. Either that or the Atari. I don't know which Atari I had though. It was the one with like it had like the joystick controller and one button. I never played Death Stranding. This needs to be made clear. As maybe the biggest Zelda fan, Breath of the Wild is not an accurate representation of the series. The formula was wildly flipped on its head. Yeah, I've played like Ocarina of Time, and I didn't like that either. Like I've just never liked Zelda games that much. 2600? Okay. That might have been the one I had. Sus? What's your favorite game of all time? I just said that. I just said that. I sold my Google Cloud before this drop, made 75%. I'm ready to full port into NVIDIA calls. Let's go, Gorkle. Teach me how to Degi. Oh, into NVIDIA puts. Patience. I hooked up my deck hunt controller to my brokerage account and used that to set stops. Nice. I'll start dying a slow death. I don't know, it's just dropping with the rest of the market right now. Cheap. IV's not really coming down too much. I'm not super concerned with it. I also don't think it's going to run that hard, but your favorite games of the Prince of Persia series? You know, those were actually really good. Like Assassin's Creed sucks balls, but Prince of Persia was pretty awesome. Did you stop out of your IWM? No. I feel like you'd enjoy God of War, but you'd need a console for that. Mm. Which would officially make you a poor. Yeah, Vic's moving up to test 25. New God of War's on Steam, and absolutely worth every penny. Hmm. I first learned to jelk with my Nintendo Power Glove. Looks like we're heading to that 3,900, 3,925 range for the day. Sad face. Maybe. Vic's definitely testing 25 here. Futures at 39.6250. I think this is gonna bounce. Ooh, it didn't bounce. It failed. That could be a big deal. Hold on. Let me see what positioning is looking like. Support at 39.20. Some. Although puts are coming in. Ooh, I don't like VIX above 25. Can I get more puts here? Throttle. Is it just like a big stop loss hunt? Interesting. Jimmy's doing fine. Still above VWAP, even after that drop. Well, there's some of that bounce. Although, not a lot of volume coming in on it. Futures pick up here. Fix. VIX looks like it's going to continue failing here. FRC, FRC. Oh shit. Dropped to $8. That was quick. Halted. They brought back bank contagion fears as GME was moving too fast. How do I tell my girlfriend that the theta decay on her looks is speeding up? Oh boy. You went bullish on KB Toys? Do they still exist? They're just setting up 1269. Let's hope so. Thanks, Frag. How you doing? Jamie Dimon's leading discussions with chief executives of other big banks about fresh efforts to stabilize troubled First Republic Bank. Okay. Who bet the health of the stock market on NVIDIA? At the risk of sounding like a constant contrarian, I respectfully disagree with you on the centaur utensils. I feel that centaurs would have human servants to feed, bathe, and brush them daily. Horse girls? Huh. When do we just hand the treasury over to Jamie Dimon? Probably when he's appointed as the Fed chair. After he retires. I couldn't help myself and bought April 200 and 210 puts because I hate NVIDIA. We'll make money. Thanks, Gorkle. Yep, okay, so you just rushed right into it. After Buffett passes away, FRC unhalted for 1 second and then halted down again. Cool. Well, this dip is leading to call volume picking up at 39, 40, 45, and 50. Put volume starting to pick up a little bit at 3,900 and 3,920. Is gamma? Yeah, today's gamma is still positive. Gamma flip point moved down to 39.57.50. A lot of options buying today. I see what you're saying, Celtic. You were very entertaining, but I come up with some catchphrases for you. One, that's the power of irrational markets. Two, the market went down like Dirk Diggler on a Friday night. Three, okay, dum dum. Thanks, Broken Logic. I'll try to work those into my repertoire. I meant, will I make money? Question mark. Please, Gorkle, tell me nice things. Maybe. Not if JPOW fucks your puts. Have you heard of FRC? Yes, I know all about it. Everyone is bullish. This is actually the perfect time to crash the market. Is everyone bullish? I wouldn't say they are. There's an awful lot of put positioning on 421 that says that people are not nearly as bullish as you're stating. VIX going up while call buying comes in. Is that unusual? Not necessarily. What do you realistically think it would take for Nvidia to fall down to reasonable pricing? I know it's speculative. Would just like to hear what you think? Institutions getting out first. I mean, capitulation on the call side of the options chain will bring the price down pretty significantly. It's carrying a pretty fat like delta hedge right now. 10 billion of it fell off on Friday and it's already looking less bullish, right? Thanks, Brandon. I think everyone knows what FRC is. Or at least I hope they do. Back when you believed in MOASS, what price did you think was possible for GME? I mean, before the dilution, above 1,000 could have been possible. And then things start to get like out of control, right? So if we had ever hit 1,000, then it's possible it could have gone even higher. But yeah, I mean, I think going into like June earnings, 1,000 was a possibility. People were just buying and buying and buying. Gamma Max was rocketing up. I'm in line at Taco Bell. What should I order? Chicken quesadilla, Mexican pizza, chalupas, Crunchwrap Supreme. Definitely not the last two. My floor for Jimmy is the fair value of NVIDIA 500. I'd be careful if they halt trading on FRC. You won't be able to get out of it. Bank runs are contagious. Yep. Fear is contagious. That's how they sell the news. Or buy it. Thanks, Hazy. This is not the FOMO nor the QE we wanted. Bear flag bullish. Sometimes they can be. Do you want me to draw it? I would say it'll probably break down before it gets bullish. Hmm. Is this upstart price action bullish for OPEX? Back on reg share fast? I don't really know how bullish I am on upstart for OPEX. We ran to Gamma Max in January, so there hasn't been a lot of time to build up a ton of obligations. Like, it's illiquid, but it's kind of always illiquid. I think it can run like a little bit. I don't think it'll run like, I don't think it'll hit like Gamma Max. Well, if this breaks down and then starts to recover, I mean, volatility is relative, right? Like, SPX not nearly carrying the same amount of implied volatility as something like GameStop would, even on its most volatile days. That's on my afternoon productivity. Been starting on my US dividend stock portfolio. Would you rather get Altria, 3M, or Universal? Um, hmm. I like 3M right now, but it's a bit overpriced. I have Altria, but at a much lower cost basis, so I probably wouldn't buy any of that right now. Um, I think part of the problem with getting into dividend stocks right now is they're a bit overvalued. Let it be known, Pickles should know who their payment processor is for their bank, for their paychecks. Be in the know if Pickles are going to miss a check or maybe it's late. Hope your bank does not fail. For instance, ADP is processed through Fifth Third Bank. I've always loved the name of that bank. Thanks, Bruce. Love what you're doing for the city. Oh, Think we grind back up to 39.50 this afternoon? Yeah, it's possible. There's plenty of interest. Have you put your I've put you on 480p for better vibes, and I like it. Okay. If that makes you happy. Is there any dividend stock that's cheap right now that you would recommend? US Treasury bonds. They're pretty great. Best way to buy those, a bond ETF or from the Treasury. Generally speaking, yeah, Treasury Direct. Yeah, generally speaking, you don't need to pay someone maintenance fees to hold bonds in your stead. Preach. Say it from on high. I mean, I want to say more about it, but what if I start a fund, Mr. Poopy Pants? Then I've gotta reverse my statement in the future. I'm gonna be like, no guys, trust me. You really want me managing your bonds for you. I put all my money in bonds. James Bond collectible action figures. Oh boy. 3M, not at this price. Cheaper, yes. Estimated growth, including the dividend, isn't sufficient to make it buy worthy. It is close though. If I had 3M right now, I would hold it, but if it was cheaper, I would buy it. Gork, say nice things about my 3980 zero DT at a 50-cent cost basis. Ooh. I like the way you think. Didn't Ford just have an 8-cent dividend? Is that 8 cents or 80 cents? I don't know. Did Ford do a special dividend? It's funny to me that there are actually a lot of people who pay other people to buy securities for them. It's like having a personal shopper. It's ridiculous. Fubo Gen 2024 chain looks decently stacked with calls, $1 to $5. Big volume on 2025, $2 puts though. Yeah. I do think some of those are sold, however. Thanks, Gen. 3M the cheapest it's been since 2013, but it could be cheaper. Don't forget that they've got to settle out billions of dollars in forever chemical lawsuits over the next 10 years. 20, 30 years? Like, same like buying big tobacco. That's all ridiculous. Come on, paying someone to buy a treasury that matures in under 2 years, and the fee being 50 to 100 BPS is ridiculous, though. Yeah. Kind of is. I think WeBull just offered me 4.1%, 4.1% on cash held in my brokerage account. So either Weebull's gonna fail, or that's a sweet fucking deal. I mean, up to $250,000, right? I have to deposit more money into both of my Weebull accounts. How's liquidity looking on GME today? A little bit of liquidity resolution in the early part of the day. Looks like they used a bit of it to short here. Not a lot. I would say our trend is still in line. Realization of liquidity is happening, but slowly. FRC halts up. See? Look at that. I would buy 3M, but there's never any volume on that stack. Get it? Ha! Ha ha. Is all this upstart making anyone else bullish, or am I just an idiot? You've put me in a corner here. I'm gonna say, first off, I'm not all that bullish on Upstart. It could run a little bit, but I think a lot of the obligations got blown up in January when it ran to Gamma Max, which wasn't that long ago. So there's a chance that we don't see, like, we might see a little upside, but we might not see like a big like run to Gamma Max or anything like that. Yes, FRC is gonna keep halting. I get it. 3,900 end of day. I don't know. Probably not. Binance offering free trades. Coinbase offering limited free trades with Pro. How bad do these guys need cash? Sounds like they need it pretty badly. Or they're trying to stimulate more volume being traded on their exchanges, right? What odds do you give that Jimmy does nothing significant tomorrow? Chances are pretty good, right? Especially with earnings on tomorrow night. What about GME? Same as Upstart? No, GME is far more illiquid right now. Well, relatively. GME has a lot of obligations that have been built up. I think it's got a much better shot of seeing a run to Gamma Max than Upstart does. Well, Ristretto, what's the point? It's like a few drops of coffee. Generally, it's done with dark roasts in order to avoid over extraction. Dark roasts are very porous, and the like volatile organic compounds are extracted relatively fast. And so if you if you do a longer extraction on them, you tend to over extract them, which leads to a lot of undesirable burnt flavors like Starbucks coffee. I don't know why. I understand why the fuck RC wants to keep messing up our OPEX runs. Maybe he just wants us to sell the fucking stock so he can actually get some bondholders in there and fund a growth cycle. From a fellow GME bagholder, would it be best to sell CC before or after earnings? Chances of a pump with FOMC must be low. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't love it. I don't know. I'll probably sell some on either side of it. Some before, some after. I mean, a Ristretto is like a 1 to like 1.2 extraction. So it's like half a shot, a little more than half, like half of a standard shot. Is there index or treasury volatility? Move? Wow, bond volatility. Dark roasts aren't gross, they're just frequently prepared incorrectly. Dark roasts have a lot of flavors, like this, that you can't get in light or medium roast coffees, and they're much smoother and less acidic. It's just they're very, very frequently prepared incorrectly and over extracted, which is disgusting. I did play some D4 this weekend, not a lot, but I liked it. Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see. I liked D3 a lot. I used to play that a ton. Even though it was mostly considered not a great game. Uh, I didn't like it in its early stages. Well, that's not true. I loved the marketplace, and then when they got rid of that, I hated it for a long time. And then I started playing it again when they started doing like the Greater Rift seasons. That was pretty cool. Uh, Diablo 4. But Diablo 4 kind of feels like a good mix between like D2 and D3. So maybe it's decent. I would never have guessed that you liked the marketplace. You know who I wouldn't have guessed liked the Diablo 3 marketplace? Ryan Cohen, but apparently he did, and his marketplace has been about as successful as Diablo 3's. I really hate the idea of giving Blizzard money, but I'd probably buy D4. Could it still drop a ton? How would you go about hedging earnings on Tuesday? Could it still drop a ton? My calls are up anywhere from 25 to 50%. I'm trying to figure out what to do to protect the gains. Take them. Afraid of Nvidia happening again. LOL. I mean, yeah, you could take some profits and then hedge the downside risk. Activision ruined Blizzard, not Blizzard. Really? I mean, I feel like Blizzard was already well on their way to ruining Blizzard before Activision showed up to the party. Given that Activision has very little input or creative control um, in Blizzard's day to day, I would go with Blizzard ruined Blizzard. You lost money on GME, bro? No, but most of my calls are up. Some of my weeklies are down, but 2 cents. Is the drop on Fubo justified? This hard drop seemed like an extreme overreaction to the dilution after the posting decent earnings. Oh no, I mean the drop on Fubo is shorting, like heavy shorting. Hey, the bear fag finally broke down, dork. Now we can bounce. Do you think there's any more upside with BTU tomorrow before FOMC? I don't know. If the markets keep moving up, sure. like commodities aren't running really hot right now, so most of the movement on those equities is commodity exposed equities is just going to be in line with the indexes, right? Eventually, in like a market crash type scenario, after a market crash, commodities can kind of separate themselves from index pricing, and that's where stocks like BTU get really interesting. Although I would say that BTU is undervalued given its current free cash flow. I have no idea what TCV is using to calculate VIX, but the CBOE is the de facto correct value. I think it was deserved to point out that Gherk pretty much predicted SPX trading in a range under 39.50 this morning for anyone that was paying attention. Some people might have been. I mean, technically, we haven't broken down from like this is still stable. It's just less of a like bear pennant and becoming more of a flag. And theoretically, like it could move out as far as that. So like a fail here can still happen, and that would probably bring us down to fill the gap at 39.30, and then we would have the chance to like then there could be a bounce to the upside. Especially if we fill that gap and VIX stays below 25, which is unlikely right now, I think. But we don't have to fill that gap, of course. You think BTU will continue to print money in a deep recession? I mean, they're not really exposed to the like anything in a recession that would create risk for them. As long as the supply chain remains stable, the energy demand is only gonna go up, right? Especially with China reopening. Let's go MGNI. Down 1% on the day. Started to turn around into the end of last week, but are you sure that's not just the index? Like volume's pretty low, right? It's roughly like the 3-month average. Why was this the top stock during XRT? They're like a technology service. Why would that be an XRT at all? That's weird. Do you think? Ooh. Huh. If this breaks out, VIX is gonna go under 24, I think. Gork, check it out. What? You didn't DM me anything. Profit was already where? Been here for over a year, and I don't know what or Guybrush is. Guybrush is a character from a popular video game series made by can't remember. Can't remember who the escape. I know it's Escape from Monkey Island. I mean, it was popular with yeah, LucasArts, right? That's what I thought, but then I thought I was wrong. Can you put SPX price, please? I'm watching from the phone. Sure. Well, that's bullish. Glad I averaged down those puts or calls. Come to me, my pretties. I don't think I ever played Grim Fandango. Anyway, so Guybrush Threepwood is the main character in that game. And then I drew him as a pickle. So there's half of what you wanted to know. Reeing is what pigeon whales do. And Dan's. Well, re-cooing is what pigeon whales do, and then reeing is a Dan thing. That's the siren call from behind the dumpster that lures in the Johns. It doesn't actually work on people not named John. You can't go to a 60-second explanation of Guybrush and not put him on the screen. Yeah, I can. Wait, people don't know who Guybrush is? Ban them all. I could try that. Are SPX puts tomorrow a good hedge for my GME OPEX? Interesting. Probably not. Maybe like IWM puts? But that's also... Yeah, well, that's probably better. Who is True State, and why are they always taunting people? He's been in the Discord forever. Like, he's been here since, like, the first week. I think he's always taunted people. Who's he taunting now, and about what? When did you add Prima Nocta to the pickle jar rules? I think it was after Kenny showed everyone his wife's butt. Was that Kenny? Yeah. Anyway, we'll just have to deal with it. Do you still have IWM calls? I do. Thanks for asking. Is it time for OPEX now? It's nearer a time in which OPEX would occur. They're taunting the pores. Oh, okay. Well, that's part of what they do. Is Rev just dead now? Seems like it. Are you still waiting to see what happens in that April hearing? I think. I mean, I guess I'm waiting to see what happens. I still own my shares. They're not worth selling, so... She did have a nice behind. I lost millions of children to it. Thanks, Sally. I claim these 200 or these $20 GME weeklies in the name of the 510 gang. What a great guy. Oh man, those really didn't go down much, did they? Fuck you, GME implied volatility. Remember when Revlon was at 669? Good times, I do. Do you have an SPX update, sir? Yeah, there's a bunch of calls above 39.55. We're not at 39.55 yet. VIX below 24, we rock it. Well, maybe not rock it, but at least ride. Man, I'm so glad I bought all those calls on that dip. We ride at dawn. Oh man, fucking degenerates. You know, sometimes I sit here buying zero DTs and I'm like, I don't care if I lose $10,000. You guys, I feel like some of you should probably care. Did I or did I not call the fake ass bear flag? I thought you were just calling the bear flag. I didn't realize you were calling it fake. Are there any companies that look like GME in 2020 right now? You mean useless pieces of shit that are going out of business? Sure. Upstart? Upstart looks a lot like that. No, Bobby's actually just going out of business. I wasn't joking when I said bullish. Well, then don't put it in quotes. That way we know when you got to use the /s for serious. Poors are so worried about money. Lulz. Checking account balance 1269. I ran the numbers last night. Without zero DTEs, my trading performance would improve 400%. Sounds like you probably shouldn't trade zero DTEs. I didn't put it in quotes originally. Hmm. I thought /s was sarcasm. Oh, if it is, then I've been misreading that for a long time. Chances to forward guidance. Chances do forward guidance? Question mark. Feel like I'm the climate they need some. I'm gonna assume that you used like voice to text to write that and give you a second chance. You know, come to think of it, do you think the pickle jar is killing all these stocks? Rev, Bobby, Fubo? I mean, made some money overall, but they're all in shambles now. I don't know if I mean, the NYSE killed Revlon. Bobby got killed by Ryan Cohen and every institution that previously held it and their board. and their CFO, well, himself, um, Fubo just shorted a bunch. Chances of forward guidance, I feel like in this current climate, they need to. Unless EPS is positive, you can probably get fucked on forward guidance. I second it all being atomic. It's not just atomic, it's also me and that other guy who has a bunch of Fubo. What about Express? What about Express? Zero out. Express is pretty heavily shorted. There's some risk factor there, though. If it gets delisted, the shorts will close out. If they're forced to reverse split, that'll probably also give the shorts an opportunity to get out. It's seriously undervalued. Um, Provided, management is able to run the company. Ugo? Oh, fucking poor Ugo. I think about Ugo every day. How much Fubo do you have? A bunch. No, not 20k. Well, maybe with synthetic longs. My GME 317 250Cs would have printed if the Earth wasn't flat. Yeah, Ugo was a good guy. I think he's still in the pickle jar. He's just not like talking anymore. I think he's done trading. Think about short-term pump if we get a bull run in the next week or two. On what? On Express? I'm not really interested in the short-term play on Express. I don't think it's all that reliable. I mean, people say main pickle jar plays, but like Revlon was never intended to be anything more than what I played it as, which was playing the volatility, right? All the pores just got super attached to it, and then it became like a thing. Um, but like when I bought it, it's because like massive amounts of FTDs were blowing off, and I didn't even do a write up on it. I just like bought out of the money contracts at the opening bell and made a shitload of money, and then everyone got huge amounts of FOMO, right? And Turd lost a lot of his money. Um, Fubo, kind of sucked because I bought into it as like a long term buy and hold, and then it ran to $8 2 days later, which was also created a lot of FOMO. So like all of the pickle, like the pickle jar like pour picks, or the ones like the pores latch onto, are largely just due to like massive amounts of FOMO, right? Like the only ones that I've actually ever like pushed were like Bobby before the August run, and obviously like GME, right? Because that's kind of what the channel was about. But like those are the only ones that have ever been like front and center and not just created by people FOMOing into them. Why don't you just trade from Bali, Thailand, Dubai, Morocco, Colombia, or some other beautiful destination? I don't understand. Why the fuck would I do that? That sounds awful. I like being in a city. I don't like beaches. The fucking sand all over my house. Picks only talked about on stream, not saying like pickles picks. Yeah. Overall, I think we made more money with Cat V and BTU. Those have all been really good. And people are like, these are pickles picks. They're not. Like, oh, Upstart. Upstart's definitely. But that was another one that kind of got mistranslated from pickles picks to the pores, right? It's always this like game of telephone, and that's how stocks end up in the poor chat, right? Like when I first started entering Upstart, I was just selling CSPs on it. Right? Long before I ever went long on it, I was just selling shitload, like an unreal amount of CSPs on it because the put skew was insane. And they were yielding like 20% on biweeklies. What is Fubo currently? Just I mean, it's a buy and hold, but it's very high risk, right? If management fails to achieve their goals, then the stock will fail. If they succeed, then it can be worth a lot more than it currently is, right? And it's very reliant on them completing those goals in an orderly fashion. So far, they are on track. That could change at any moment, though, right? So for the risk reward, considering that the reward is, 800% upside, it's very, very much worth it for me, at least, to take that risk. Sometimes it's the least desirable companies that present the best opportunities. Something tells me the market is going to rip on 0.25 increase. It could a little bit. I factored that in. I don't think it'll rip a lot, and I think the liquidity issues will become more apparent very quickly. But yeah, there's some upside potential on 0.25 that shouldn't be ignored. There's also the potential for a lot of fucking stagnation below 40.65. Feel good about SPY breaking 395? Because I do. I feel decent about it. When Rev got delisted, I was so bummed. To make me feel even worse, my fiance started buying all Revlon products so that I would see them around the house and cry. That was shitty. And part of me wishes that I'd just taken my profits from Revlon and walked away, but the potential was just insane, right? If anything, like if it had not been delisted, holy fuck. But, it was a long shot. I don't know. I feel like people are still very much tied into that, but it's so long ago. Like you gotta just if you're gonna trade, you're gonna have shit like that happen once in a while, and you gotta just pick yourself up, brush it off, and move on. High risk, high reward, right? But the risk is there. I mean, and sometimes the risk is realized. It won't brush off. It will eventually. One time I was like, I was really bullish on this like breakout on QQQ, and I lost like 100 and I think I lost 110,000 in like 25 minutes, which is like more than I lost on Revlon in its entirety. So that one haunts me far more than Revlon does. It kept like QQQ kept. I don't remember what the resistance was, but it kept tapping resistance, and then puts would sell off, and it'd move above it, and then they'd come back in, and then I'd buy more zero DTs, and it just kept happening over and over again for like the entire fucking day. And then at the end of the day, it broke down like fast, like it gapped down, and I got fucked right over my stop. Greg's day was rough. What would you rather see? Losing 100K in 25 minutes or 100K in 12 months? I feel like 12 months is harder. I was gonna buy GME Zero DTs and decided for some reason to do Upstart instead. Interesting. Learning a lot through this video ordeal. In hindsight, I should have taken profits, set a stop at my cost basis when it dipped below 225. I have 421 220s that I'm down 40% on. What made you accept loss fast last Friday versus waiting till FOMC? Well, because either through theta decay or through upside price improvement, I knew I would get a better entry. So I figured it was better to take the loss and then recover some of that loss on getting a better entry this week. I'm still recovering from my Piggly Wiggly losses. On that QQQ big loss, would you do the same moves as you did that back then or play it different? I probably would have set a stop instead of a stop limit. Largely the reason I got fucked was that it gapped down and then ran down like 100 BPS in one candle before I could replace my order. And I learned to stop using stop limits so presumptuously, especially on zero DT index options. And you know, honestly, the lesson is probably paid for itself since then. There's been many other times since that moment where I've had a stop instead of a stop limit, and it's saved my ass. So I'm sure the lesson was worth it. It was just expensive, especially at the time. My portfolio wasn't as robust back then. It set me back. I think at the time it set me back about like 3 months. It was harder. Why do I feel so great showing off my shitty call that's up 100% to JFresh in Discord while he malds about the market going up? I don't know. Is he still like ultra bearish on the next 2 days? I don't know. This whole move seemed obvious to me. I mean, I think that's why everyone was so suspicious about it, was that it just seemed like the obvious move, and everyone's always trying to inverse the obvious. But sometimes you just gotta go with the flow, right? He just gets mad at number go up because zero DTE call. Market unfair. I mean, it is, right? But I don't know. That like way of like that constant contrarianism is just as bad as not being contrarian enough. Jackson's just trolling people, okay? He's not actually bullish. VIX under 23 by end of day? Are you talking about JFresh? I mean, no, not specifically. It was more generalized. But it is something that JFresh I've noticed finds himself doing occasionally. A lot of people do. It's very common to I mean even I do it sometimes. It's very common to get stuck in like a specific mindset about what the market should do versus what the market is going to do, right? And I think anytime that you get so cocky or presumptuous to assume that you know what the best course of action for the market is probably a good time to walk away and not trade for a little bit. I've never been stuck in a mindset. I don't have that mental power. uh do you think SPX will get rejected here again? It could. It may get rejected a little higher near the gamma flip point. It may not, though. This run's definitely got a lot more oomph to it than the previous one. And if we break the gamma flip point, things start to get pretty bullish. That mental flexibility you'll learn over time. The more experience you have, the more honestly, for most traders, the more times you've been fucked, the more time, the more you get used to it. And once you've been fucked enough, you start to lose faith in everything, and that's a good place to start trading from. Don't carry that into your personal life. It will ruin that. But if you can keep it within the confines of your trading, it's a good place to be. I've talked about this in the past where people get like really mad at me because I'll flip like bullish to bearish really fast, and they're like, "Oh, I thought you were bullish." But it's something you have to do. Sometimes it even feels shitty. You're like, I don't want to fucking buy calls and fuck this thing, but then like you kind of need to, right? Like I fucking hate Nvidia, but I still bought calls on it this morning. Check DN. What do you got? Oh, that's big Ray. Look at you, Dork. Your 3980 has a chance. Funny story, in college I got my palm read twice, and both people said I'd die at 27. I turned 28 tomorrow. Well, sounds like you got your palm read by two idiots. You think we run through this resistance 39.55? We'll see. I mean, there's definitely resistance here. So he got his. Then I mean, I'm trying not to say what I'm thinking, Gaff. All the people I have seen complaining about tickers mentioned on the stream, mostly SSers, I assume. I fail to understand that. The market is dynamic and things change. Yeah, most of them are just super stonkers that never had any skin in the game in the first place and like to talk shit. I mean, I think most people in here that sold like Bobby in August made a shitload of money. They might not have made as much as they could have had they gotten out at a better time, but they still made a lot of money. I think for the initial part of Revlon, there was a lot of money made, and I think Upstart's done well for itself over time. I think it'll do better in the future as a long-term investment, but even the averaging down from August's like $20 range through the dips in October and December, and then the Gamma Max realization in January was very fucking profitable. I made a shitload of money on Upstart's January run, and it wasn't even that big of a run. There was just so much time to DCA into it and get really well positioned. So I would say out of all of them, none of them have been wildly like super unsuccessful. It's just how they're managed, right? Like everything in the market is individual performance, so and it varies wildly. I mean, the first day I played Revlon, I like 10x 25K in contracts, right? Like within an hour. At that point, Revlon was already a success. Cat only went up $100 though. Shill, I know. I do my best. No, bad Vix, bad. It's okay, Dork. It's only 2430, not 2450. More blue chip plays. Think the jar is ready. Blue chips aren't. Are you saying you front? I didn't front run anybody. I I I can say pretty honestly that I do not front run. If I have a position in something before I post it, I say I do. Um, and then if I don't, I generally say what position I'm considering. I would argue that most of the time I fuck myself over by being so transparent. How do you feel about form? But I don't really care about like the 1 or 2% difference. How do you feel about a former Citadel employee said on TV interview that the market is designed to screw retail traders as much as they can because he and other algorithm engineers helped design the game for Wall Street? Sounds like he's trying to get a new job. And I think they know frequently they know as little as everyone else. They have access to a lot more data than retail traders do. Retail traders are generally very uninformed. I think that's something that we've tried to change here. But I think informed retail traders probably have a significantly higher rate of success. Thoughts on the YouTube 1348 trading method shills? What are they just trading fucking moving averages? Idiots. It's fine. It's successful enough that it like gets people interested. But over time the returns are mediocre. Flip points 190 3957. Yeah, I'll update it. It might have moved again, but I think it's 3957. I'd really like to see call interest pick up. Now it's at 39.72. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of zero DTE trading going on. The highest gamma strike is now 39.60. 39.65 is pretty high too. 39.55 through 39.65 are all pretty high. Then there's a bit of a fall off at the 39.70 strike, so I'd say that's the upside resistance, but there is some interest at 39.75, which is probably largely sold. And if the interest at 39.75 is sold and we get any upside volume on like a big drop on VIX, it's possible that those 39.75 sold calls pull back, which would then deleverage the market maker and rocket the SPX up. So be careful around that. Be prepared for volatility if we do move towards the like gamma flip point. But right now it looks like 39.60, 39.65 is the like local potential for this, provided it doesn't fail. I'm trying to get you included in that class action lawsuit from the crypto tuber pumpers about FTX. Can you say nope? Did they actually say that? I know that they were suing like celebrities or trying to sue celebrities for doing commercials for FTX. But honestly, good fucking luck. I bought a lot of 400 zero DT calls to hedge my Nvidia puts. Gorkle, run it up. Also, tell me bullish things. Oh, Jesus Christ. Retail also buys in every 2 weeks, regardless of the current state. If only retail was smarter than just blindly trust people with their life savings. Yeah. I think it's the hope. I think the hope outweighs reason and logic. I do believe that some do. I knew that was great until last year fucked him. Then he robbed a bank and got caught like 3 days later. Huh. Separating emotions from trading is something learned over time. I played play poker, and you have to be able to separate them or you're going to lose lots of money. Yep. Amazon to lay off 9,000 more employees. Bullish? Actually, kind of. Yeah. Amazon already had a nice little bit of upside momentum. That might give it a little bit more. Banks starting to fail here. Interesting. Well, let me take a look at it. I wish Credit Suisse would drop a little bit more. Bank looks okay. It's just like moving back to that resistance at like 31.65. I guess it could fail, but it doesn't look that bad. See if it finds some stability there, I guess. VIX over 2450. Bad VIX. I still see a reasonable chance of SPX testing 4,000 at some point before the rate announcement Fed meeting. I'm trying to be more patient with April put re-entry. Yes, I still think there's room to the upside. If we failed today, if we failed to break 39.50 today, we could end up trading in this lower range into FOMC, but I still think there's more upside potential. Bad news doesn't matter. It's all discounted because everyone is uber hedged and new money keeps coming into the market. Big boy's just waiting to shake off puts or until the next growth cycle. Celebrity lawsuit is different. The crypto tubers is about them pumping FTX and not vetting. Probably be tossed, but possible precedents for NFA. So good to keep an eye on. Okay. Add another 30C to the pile. TikTok, Kenny. Looks like Apple is the one getting pumped today. How's Apple doing? 157.47 up 1.5. It's doing all right. I wouldn't say it's not like outperforming anything. Several of the key components of NASDAQ are doing slightly better than NASDAQ itself. I wonder what's weighing NASDAQ down so heavily. I guess Microsoft dropping. I'm surprised I've never heard you express a long-term bear view on Apple. I have one, but people don't like shorting Apple, so I don't like talking about shorting Apple. I think their potential growth is run its course. And Apple's probably going to be under like 180 for the next 3 or 4 years unless there's a significant change in their product lineup. It won't matter. It's Apple. Yeah, those words have never been spoken about companies before. I'm sure someone was like, "No, this will do great. It's Standard Oil." You're doubting Apple. What do you think about Samsung? They make almost everything. I mean, they're not US exchange listed. What are you talking about? Enron is amazing. They've commodified the weather. Sure, Apple Macintosh or Red Delicious? Granny Smith. Bobby was a blue chip retailer at one point. Look at them now. Everyone was. All the retailers were blue chip retailers at one point, and look at them now. It won't matter. It's Bear Stearns. Yeah. What types of stocks have the greatest range of value by analysts? That is, which are the hardest to evaluate? Generally things where it's hard to determine the value of their assets because they are esoteric. It's really easy to value like manufacturers and more like commodity exposed, like mining and stuff like that, because you can just add up the value of their assets and figure out how well the company's run. But some things like software as a service is really hard to evaluate, because you need a deeper understanding of the product and the company in order to make a good assessment of the potential for value or the future value, because it's not readily apparent in their earnings. Like CRM, yeah, CRM. It's very hard. Sometimes it's very hard to quantify the value of a product. Biostocks, yeah. Well, that's for other reasons too, because of the approval process. Yeah, AI is very hard to value. Palantir is very hard to value. SaaS also tough because of length of contracts from MRR to ARR. Yeah, any like developing technology is always hard to evaluate. Obviously, like a lot of the times the companies aren't, like, on paper aren't very successful, but the value of the product that they're building or making may be worth significantly more than their you know uh their income, like their earnings reports would indicate. That's kind of a trap that a lot of newer analysts fall into, where they get stuck, like trying to use standard valuation metrics on things that are a little more difficult to quantify. And they're like, well, this looks like a piece of shit, but they're ignoring a lot of the other potential. Are you going to reposition your SPX puts before FOMC and for April or May? Probably not. If someone thought India as a country will profit heavily over the next 1 to 3 years, is there any way to get exposure or any ideas in that space that you've mulled over? I mean, you could just get like you could play like the Nifty 50, or just like buy into that index. I don't really do like emerging market shit. I'm not very interested in it. It usually carries more risk than I want. Are we shorting India? I'm not. I stopped out of my zero DT calls for $1 loss. I'm ruined. That sucks. Didn't we have a run up before FOMC last time as well, and then we dumped during the meeting? Yes. I think the problem with India is corruption is still, it's still rife with corruption. I think financial disclosures are not at a level where anything really makes an attractive investment. Um, and while I agree the potential for growth is amazing, the security isn't there. So we kind of run into a situation similar to like China, right? Can you remind me of your yen Nikkei play? I'm long yen, short Nikkei. I don't know. Maybe if they move forward with like an overhaul of their
financial market structure, I'd be a lot more interested. But, China could also do the same. Neither of them seem to be moving towards that goal right now as we approach a recession, right? So Japan buys back a ton of their own currency, but their stock market tanks? No. I think they'll pin the yen and sell US treasuries in order to inflate the value of it. Um, and if they do that to collapse the margin between their producer inflation and their consumer inflation, um, the yen is going to likely short squeeze. And that will probably slam Nikkei pretty hard. I don't know if Nikkei would crash, but it would drop fast. The fuck? I feel like the more I'm here, the more I'm just skeptical of everything and putting my money back into the market. That's fair. That's a good place to start. Hey man, I just jumped into the stream while I had a chance at work. I was wondering, do you happen to know if Nvidia's Gamma Max is still at 266 or has it moved down? I'm sure it moved down with all the. Hold on, I'll check it. I haven't checked it today, but 264.44 now. Have you ever tried to make biryani at home? Probably one of the more complicated dishes I've made. No, I haven't. 14K calls go in the money at 260. That's a lot. We should invest in a live transcription service so I can read what you're saying during meetings. And don't read this or answer me anytime in the next 30 minutes. I won't hear it. Okay. We're just gonna drag it until power hour to break 39.50. Maybe. I mean, we've still got a decent amount of time before power hour. I think momentum's okay. VIX. I mean, if VIX is getting consistently lower highs, which is generally pretty bullish. Yeah, as it fails to break up further, not from the technical sense. Played by DPX by March 31. Straddle for the FOMC with the call leg expiring on the 24th. And the put leg expiring on the 31st. Any thoughts? Okay, I mean, it doesn't seem bad. You still in your NVIDIA calls or stopped out? Still in them. What would you say your average return per contract is for CCs on GME and Upstart? GME is a little skewed, but I would say the average expected return is like 2 to 2.5% yield a week. That's at least that's what I aim for. Sometimes I can do far better than that. Sometimes a little bit worse, but generally speaking, as long as IV is near 100, you can achieve that. I thought of something better than treasuries. All right. Is it calls on NVIDIA? Because everyone already agrees with that. Bought Upstart Weeklies instead of GME. I saw GME was going better, so I bought some of them, and then GME also died. Ah, that sounds terrible. Stop banging your head against the wall. Are you selling any Upstart CSP this week, or not worth it with the IV bump? I already sold Upstart CSPs, and I kind of need it to be above $15 soon. Well, not that soon. I've got some time, but it'd be ideal if it moved above $15 at some point. CSPs on Treasury ETFs. Oh, okay. That's based on the stock, not the market price. So if Japan sells US treasuries, we're gonna ouchie downtown? Yeah, big time. If Jimmy runs for OPEX tomorrow, does it usually start in the PM, market hours, or after hours? Generally like around like 10 to 11 o'clock. I think the majority of OPEX runs start then, although OPEX runs can also start on Wednesday. So, but yeah, usually unless call interest is insanely high, most OPEX runs like Tuesday around the middle of the day. They seem to get their biggest bump. If it gets one at all. October wasn't an OPEX last year. That was just XRT ETF FTDs. Check DMs. Oh, I saw that. The JPOW speech. That was fucking awesome. Everyone was posting that last night. You can net like 1% monthly and sleep like a baby. Well, you can sleep. I don't know if you'll sleep like a baby. Why would he postpone earnings? That would be very bad once they've announced them. Do you get something like EWJ for the yen? FX futures contracts? There's a couple of ETFs. So yeah, you could use ETFs. It's just hard to like, unless you're buying shares, it's hard to maintain exposure for a long period of time. Can you take a moment and lay out the domino effect of Japan selling US treasuries into an illiquid treasury market? Maybe a visual, thanks. Well, so bids will drop because, no one's buying them, right? Especially if that much sell side liquidity were hit the market all at once. The treasury would have to step in and act as a purchaser for that debt, um, which could then trigger a run on treasuries, right? Because people will lose confidence in, or could lose confidence in U.S. debt. Um, it's really not that complicated. It's kind of like a bank run. I don't think Japan is gonna. I don't think Japan's gonna sell a significant portion of their treasuries. However, I think they may need to sell some, maybe a large chunk of them, but not the entirety of their treasury holdings. Like they're not just gonna dump it all. Those treasury holdings have political value that they're not gonna they're not gonna sacrifice. Is this like a bull pennant or a lower high suggesting a failure? I mean, it's a failure of the initial test of 39.50. So that would be the upside resistance. That looks to be the downside. Uh, Still moderately bullish. I mean, this could even potentially fail down and fill the gap, which would be a little more volatile than what we're seeing right now. But I would say that this is starting to form a descending wedge. Like, given a long enough period of time, it's likely we'll see volume pick up before the entirety of this move plays out. But it looks like we got rejected right off of that, like, resistance on the 5-minute there. So probably a little bit of recovery. Maybe VIX runs up a bit as options reposition, and then we bounce and retest. Or puts are coming in, and we drop and fill the gap. If we go out here to like the 5-minute and I extend that line a little bit, you'll see that kind of just bounced. Ah. No, we crossed it a little bit there, but mostly rejected right there. How are the tips looking for Jamie and Upstart? Jamie looks a lot better than Upstart does. Jamie is already seeing some realization of liquidity over the last couple days, but not a lot. Not yet. Why are people tracking FRC so closely in chat? Because they're probably trying to make money off of it. That's the only thing I could imagine, because FRC is not influencing the market to any significant degree. Thank you for all of that you do. You have been a great source of education and information. Please keep doing what you've been doing. A lot of us appreciate your efforts in educating us. Thanks, Bodie McBoatface. I'll probably keep doing what I'm doing, at least for the foreseeable future. Our banks are mostly insulated, though. Yeah. Who? Wait, what country are you in? Oh yeah, and you're in Japan. Oh, you're in Australia. So this looks like it's going to fail, maybe? I don't know. We have to wait for this to finish, but getting close. Hmm. God, I hate WeBull. It's a little more volatile than we'd like to see. This bounce could fail. I wouldn't play this one. Huh. You think Fubo is oversold? A bit, yeah. A bump back up could be expected in the next month. I would say if not this month, by April. That's why I'm trying not to take any positions on Fubo that don't have a lot of theta. Like that's why I mostly like synthetic longs and leaps. The intelligent investor destroy the beast. Yep, that's right, Frank. The liquidity risk spreads very quickly, as we saw with SVB. Check DMs. Ooh. That's pretty fucking spicy. Mine's a little bit different than yours, but similar. Well, oh, because you're looking at... Never mind. Oh, okay. Hmm. Oh, you're on the 1 minute. Which flavor of spicy? Hmm. Kind of like, no, not Taco Bell quesadilla sauce, dork. SPX is up 77 BPS today. So if we run hard to this OPEX above 25, people have no excuse to get their cost basis down. Half Square, I'm referring to you. Yeah, he's had a lot of those opportunities and has done nothing with them. I've sold my GME shares to rebuy after earnings. I'm scared of the price crashing if they announce an acquisition. Who the fuck would they acquire? Seriously, like, who? They're not gonna buy Bobby. It's fucking ridiculous. The company's a dumpster fire. IMX? I hope not, because that company's a scam. Funko? Probably not worth it, but they could. But if they do that, then are we just invested in a BB, like a Beanie Baby stock?
They're definitely not buying Google. I really hope they aren't buying Blockbuster. Micro Center? That would be a fucking great purchase. I know a guy who worked in like private equity that did a bunch of research into Micro Center, and it was a few years ago. But they have some of like the best like distributor deals for PC components. Their profit margins are pretty decent actually. They've negotiated some really good deals with their distributors. And in an industry where most retailers profit margin on PC components is fucking terrible. Yeah, Micro Center's still around. They're the only like survivor of the like I think they're the only survivor. Fry's is dead now too, right? So like they're the only like survivor of the retail, like the retail PC component stores. And they run a good store. I mean, it's better than Best Buy. Selling Jimmy Weekly's dumb this week with earnings. Yes, your chances of assignment would be very, very high. Yeah, on futures, this looks a little bit more like a descending wedge. I think we've found some stability on the 39, 75, 75 resistance. We're just having a little trouble breaking up through 39.80. I think if we do move up through 39.80 though, again, another test of 39.90 looks possible. Still a lot of consolidation right now, so uh yeah, that's why we're seeing like VIX kind of flatlining in this upper range. Because you know lots of options buying is occurring. Yeah, living close to a micro center is awesome. Unfortunately, they're not everywhere. Micro would never do business with me because I would never come in line with their margin requirements. Well, they're private. They're private, so I don't know what their valuation is. I mean, aside from that conversation that I had years ago, I have no idea what they're worth nowadays. Um, but he was just kind of rambling on about it. But I remember being kind of shocked. I don't remember what the numbers were exactly, but they run a tight ship. Noted Geronimo Balthazar. GameStop is obviously going to buy Radio Shack. Nothing else would make sense for RC. All right, so that bounce did ultimately fail. I worry that if volume dries up too much here, though, that we could break down from the trend. Where's that gap? Oh, we're filling it right now. Oh, that's good. Well, that might be all we needed to do. I should have just sold all of these when they were worth 440. Oh, well. Oh, nope. That's bad. VIX moving up, bearish here. Hopefully it doesn't go much higher. About Jan 24, 50-cent call for $50. For $50 Bobby? Wish me luck. I hope you lose all your money. GameStop's cash and marketable security seems to match the difference between the new and old outstanding shares in BBBY, with the latter around $1 price. Coincidence? Those securities are short-term treasuries. They're not fucking BBBY bonds. I might crank out the old laptop. Taco Bell and Micro Center stocks rise today after genius day trader stops talking about one and starts on the other. The news, probably. I mean, I'll take it if they wanna say things about me. If Jimmy has a cash burning a hole in their pocket, they should acquire my stock back from me for $40 each. Hmm. Uh, well, if Jimmy buys BBBY, I'm gonna sell every single share I own. IMX announcement was nothing. Go figure. Thanks for all you do, Pickle Man. Have you seen any indicators either way for this OPEX? I mean, yeah, we've had a little bit of liquidity realization so far. Hopefully that starts to see some more momentum into tomorrow and Wednesday. Shadow ban test. I can see you. Has there ever been much call interest in GME picking up today? Looks like it wants to run, but with earnings and FOMC skeptical, we see anything. There's a little bit more call interest picking up today, not a ton. I think the real thing that needs to happen is covered calls need to be pulled back, or naked calls. Are you saying that GME has not in fact gone full meta and decided to also invest in worthless meme baskets? It's so genius, it can't not work. Oh Jesus. Oh, this failure here is rough, but still moderately stable. So that's broken down. That one anymore. Shorter. A recovery at 39.40 is not. Well, yeah, see earlier the 39.70 level on ES broke down. Right now it looks kind of uninteresting. Hmm.
You know what's interesting? They're trading at like 39.40 with the VIX almost at 25 again. How the fuck would GME buy Bobby? They're not even sector adjacent. Because people are idiots. On the weekend, I had someone trying to tell me RC sold his Bobby to protect us from hedgies pumping the stock, then rugging us. Yeah, that's totally why he sold. Right. Crank out a quick day trade on my Nvidia puts to lower the cost basis by 30%. Not a ton, but every bit helps. I bought some Nvidia calls this morning. They're doing pretty nicely. Hmm. Baby's owned by the debtors. He's not buying it out. I can't wait till Greek has so much money that he refers to they as in we'll see if they. He's actually just referring to himself. I don't have any cover calls out on GME right now. Yeah, I like this bounce. Come on, Vix. Keep breaking down. You know you want to. Phil? Come on. Any positions for GME earnings? I mean, I own a bunch of the stock. Is Jimmy buying Blockbuster gonna rent out NFTs? Blockchain Buster? It's actually not a bad idea. Market may be reacting poorly to UBS downgrade. Moved negative from stable. Rating to A minus. UBS will be fine. At least for now. Nvidia puts for FOMC down. Jimmy calls for FOMC ups. Can't possibly lose. They've announced the possibility for acquisitions because it's a disclosure that they have to make. They announced the possibility for acquisitions several times over the last 2 years. I don't think there's anything hyperbolic about it or any speculation that needs to be formed off of basic fucking legal disclosures. God, I fucking hate super stonks so much. It's like, oh, guys, look at this perfectly normal margin agreement. This means MOASS. Your shares aren't safe. DRS now. Boring. Do all serious traders never take vacations, or just you profitable ones? I don't know what other traders do. I mean, I guess they take vacations. I don't, but I guess some others do. When the world economy collapses, I'm gonna be well set with my one GME that will be worth billions of dollars. Yeah. Yeah, but you're still like riding that fucking stupid speculative hype train. It's just a standard disclosure because they have a ton of free cash on hand. Like, that doesn't mean they're going to use it for an acquisition. And what the fuck would they buy, right? Like, if you're really gonna try to do an M&A investigation into GME, what are they gonna target? There's not a lot of things that would be an ideal target right now, given that all of the PEs across the market are heavily inflated. Micro Center is a private company. And if they did buy something, why wouldn't they just buy it with equity? Like, why the fuck would they spend their cash? Do you have any idea what the push to book rationale was? I assumed that they think it's a even safer way of locking up their shares. It's so the central bank agreement to move from the 7-day to every day. And mostly that's affecting currency swaps between central banks and ensuring that liquidity. It's more of a precautionary move than it is like a reactionary move, right? So they're just ensuring that if there are any more issues in the banking system or any more failures, that central bank access to the dollar will remain liquid. So not a big deal. Interesting. Probably a good step to take given the uncertainty with bank liquidity right now. So I think overall it's a positive. I decided to play earnings this way to protect myself. I'm not hyping anything. Well, if you think the share price is going to drop, why would you take a like a capital gains or a loss or yeah, why would you take a loss when you could just use protective puts and hedge? Like if you think they're going to announce an acquisition, right? Why not just take protective puts into earnings? There's shares in a tax-free account. Okay. Well, that does give you more flexibility. But you can still just take protective puts. Obligatory, are you streaming earnings? Yeah. Once your puts print, will you be buying calls and providing liquidity to banks to jumpstart the next bull run? I just want to make sure I can front run that. Thanks. Actually, RC could buy First National Bank as his first move to changing the financial marketplace with NFT stocks. Yeah, there's some very cheap banks floating around right now. I don't think he's going to get them for $1 billion, though. Or at least the FDIC is not going to make that deal. I read a really interesting book on carry trades blowing up being the cause of recessions and crashes and not as a result of. It's called The Rise of Carry. Okay. Protective puts reset your capital gains. No. From like a tax standpoint? Only if you exercise them. How much would Super Stock's head explode if Kenny bought a portion of GameStop? Kenny already owns a portion of GameStop. Doesn't Citadel have shares? Or is it just puts and calls? I still want to know if Kenny DRS shares. I would have. Did SVB bite on that $40 offer you made them? 47. I'm considering putting in a counter offer. Don't you dare try to front run me. No, they ended up going with a buyout from another bank, unfortunately. I did my best. Yeah, most crashes are caused by liquidity crunches and volatility spikes. That's a yes, generally due to leverage issues. There are some crashes that were, like the 1920s crash that, more had to do with bank liquidity being withdrawn, right? And we're seeing something right now similar to that with the runs on regional banks and larger depositors pulling their money out and moving into banks where they feel like they'll be more secure. That's a continuing risk factor for the regional banks. And so, you're seeing those large depositors move out, and they're moving into banks like Chase and Citigroup, and then Chase and Citigroup, in order to protect the system, are then depositing that money back into the regional banks, like you're seeing with FCR, right? Because even though J.P. Morgan and Citigroup and all of them would love to pick up those banks on the cheap, the continuous failure of those banks could present a large amount of systemic risk, which would endanger them, right? So it's kind of like Kenny bailing out Melvin, right? It's like, I've got to cover your fuck up because it's so big that it could fuck me up. Did you actually end up shorting any of the banks you listed? I was short Ally for a little bit, and I'm still short Zion. Can you tell us why you liked that bounce on SPX, and what did you see that pushed you to buy it? It had more volume, and it was within the lower range of where calls could still recover and maintain their weight. If we dropped much further, the 39.50 calls would have lost a significant amount of delta, and VIX would have started to move up on additional put buying, right? But VIX ultimately failed there, and so the failure of VIX plus the volumetric bounce implied probably a moderately large position closure on the put side, or call buying. Either way, more bullish. Would you short the Swiss franc? Huh. Yes. How long? Hmm. I'd have to look into more into what their central bank's doing. as far as rate increases are concerned, though, because that could present a risk to the trade. Thoughts on when you're gonna sell CCs on Jimmy this week? When does OPEX finish again? OPEX is over after Wednesday. I'll probably sell some CCs going into earnings. I'll probably sell some CCs after. How can you tell volume on SPX? I don't see volume in WeBull. It's not there. You can use the size of the candlestick to determine the amount of volume. Sort of. Yeah, the timing of it's tricky. There's probably a log short arbitrage play there with CS and between CS and UBS as well. That could possibly hedge it. You could probably use that as a hedge against a short on the Swiss franc. Huh. I'm liking this more and more. I might do some research. Timing's definitely tricky, though. Would you short DWAC after its run today? I don't know. How much did it run? If anybody in here doesn't know the OPEC states by now, just leave. You ain't built for this. I saw an article this weekend about BlackRock was in favor of tokenization of equities. Wouldn't that kind of mess up their profitability with stock lending or drastically increase their profitability with stock lending? Right now, they're loaning out shares that through ETFs, loaning out shares that don't exist, right, in order to consistently capitalize on a low borrow rate. But if you have tokenized equities, the borrow rates are really, really fucking high, right? So 6 of one, half dozen of the other for them. I think JPY is going to squeeze because I don't know if the time frame will be the same. John D. Otherwise, I would trade the currency pair. Popping in here, sure, it's been asked 40 times. I'm starting just getting some shorting or news. It looks like just some shorting. I mean, there's still a bit of room for them to short on Upstart, and so far they're taking advantage of it. I tried to short the Swiss franc and ended up in a war against the EU. Do you think Caterpillar is like 200% owned at this point? No. I think recently some Caterpillar bags have been offloaded. It started to really trade above fair valuation there for a minute. DRAC ran 20%, and now it's 12%. Price moving around $14. You might want to wait a couple days. I would say in a couple days it might be a good target for like bear call spreads. Upstart weeklies are down 80%. Don't buy weeklies. Upstart got hammered pretty hard today, but it can bounce back really fast. So I'm not super concerned yet. So my DRS Caterpillar endeavor may be fruitful. Buy excavators, hold also excavators, DRS also excavators. Huh. Interesting approach, popcorn trader. Yeah, volatility is high. Bear call spreads are a little. I mean, you probably aren't going to sell naked calls on it, so bear call spreads are somewhat advantageous. You can spread them a little wider, which leads to slightly better profitability. You could do bear put spreads on the debit side, but you don't take advantage of the volatility as much that way. Don't tell me I never did nothing with my life. I could just imagine you sitting in your sandbox with all your caterpillar excavator toys, putting them in and out of your portfolio. Why can't I find a 10Q for TM? I don't know. Widespread, same like spreading cheeks for bidet? No. So Fed will hike 0.25, right? It's obvious. It feels obvious. That doesn't mean it is. Ooh, interesting. Is that just like a big bear trap? Shit about to get spicy or die? I don't even know. It's like VIX has switched positions now. Now they want VIX up. There's it's starting to look like there's more bears than bulls now. The ratio is switched. No, I don't think that's a bear trap. It could be, but VIX is moving up quite a bit here. It was an interesting sell-off. Is this the end of the NVIDIA 500? No. That's rough looking like the real defensive play. I bought some more last week. Energy prices gave a nice discount to NAV. I enjoyed that. I just ordered a new driver and Fairway Woods. Thanks for the Nopex gains. Congrats, dude. There's plenty of time to crank NVIDIA up somewhere. I think I'm trapped in my short position on Asana. Average price I have is 2060. Do you see the price going down this week? I don't know shit about that stock. I'll take a look. Packaged software. Ugh. NVIDIA. Or NASDAQ exposure. I'm guessing. NYSE. Packaged software. Um. I mean, as long as you can hold the cost, like hold overnight. Yeah, I could see this failing. I mean, it already looks like it's failed the test. If the market pulls back down, you should get a good exit. I don't think 2060 is out of the question. You're not even that deep. You're only like $1 a share underwater, and you're already trapped. You can't just buy a call. How fucking short are you? No, I think I might have shrank myself. Oh, that's not it. Hmm. Well, it's a pretty intriguing FOMC because 0.25 is still it's still bad for liquidity. Um and it's kind of a capitulation to the political demands and the demands of the banking industry. So it highlights the issues with the banking industry. But the Fed continues to progress their goal of 2% inflation, and so it's the most obvious choice. I think a 0.5 hike to the target rate and an announcement of a freeze for like one meeting period would be the best way to handle it, and then deal with the liquidity issues as they come. Nope. In fact, bearish. Interesting. There are gaps down here, right? This doesn't. The rate of these sell-offs doesn't look like it's going to persist. Like how they keep like selling off really hard and then bouncing. It seems like exiting of positions, but I don't know which positions yet. I don't know if we're seeing call side interest drop off. It doesn't look like we are. Let me update these. 1 second. Mm, yeah, so some of the 39.50 call interest falling off on that test. I guess a little bit of lack of confidence there. I don't know if that's going to build back up, but a pretty significant drop off in that volume. Um, but that's moved the gamma flip point down to 39.52, which is interesting. If the call side kind of rushes in here, it's a really advantageous position for to get the like swing the gamma positive. I wonder if we bounce like really, really hard. Maybe another test on VIX of 25 and then see what happens. A 39.50 sold put interest, maybe? Closing? Oh, that might be. What do you think, Dark? This one's a bit curious. Like, we're not getting, like, good momentum. It's very staggered. And, like, hmm. I mean, did we really just test the upper range there? Kind of. Gap on SPY filled. There's trend support right here on futures from where we bounced during the overnight move. I guess we'll see if VIX starts to tick down. This is a decent spot to buy some Upstart shares for my 401k. I would be pretty aggressively selling covered calls. I mean, if you're gonna aggressively sell covered calls, it's not a terrible price. I would probably, if I was buying for like a retirement account, though, I'd probably be more patient with my entry and look to get in around like 12 or 13. If you looked at CWH, is that Camping World? Yeah, a long time ago. Why? What about it? It had some similarities if I remember. Did you exit your Nvidia position? No. I have in the money calls. I don't need to exit them. I bought them this morning on like the test of like 250. 251. This dividend isn't sustainable, but seems like an overall undervalued company. I was gonna look into a long-term buy if they announce a divvy gone and stock dumps. Yeah, let me know what you come up with. This is it. Limit down. Next stop 3,600. We're still pretty far from that. Okay, so VIX pulled back sharply there. See, what I'm wondering is if we get like a rush of call buying here, gamma neutral is now very close to spot, right? Well, for the day at least. That's like right here. So, you know, if they dump those calls and then reposition closer to the money aggressively with the put sell off, we could break it. This is I mean, it's a good opportunity for bulls if they're able to take advantage of it. Because they could stomp on the VIX and bump SPX pretty hard. The calls are just a hedge. I'm not bullish on NVIDIA. Wasn't stupid enough to short it on T+2 after it ran 8%. Does WeBull offer a logarithmic chart scale, and do you use it? These all should be log charts. Ooh. Ha. What stock brought you the biggest amount of money? GME? Yes. If you count everything on GME, yes. Like options and covered calls and total profitability. Yeah, GME followed by Tesla, and then Caterpillar would be number 3. Equities. The SPX is way beyond all of those. I made more on the October bounce on SPX than I made on GME in its entirety. My cost basis on Palantir is 0, but it hasn't made me a ton of money. I don't own that much of it, to be fair. I own like a small amount. God, stop bragging. I mean, I talked about, like, in October, I talked about going long SPX for like 4 fucking weeks before it ripped literally to the moon. It's hard not to make money when something goes up fucking $800. During Jimmy's steady rise this morning, his chart had a very regular 10-ish minute heartbeat that stopped around noon, back to randomness. What causes that? One big player making a move. Thank you. I mean, it can just be incremental buying over time. It could be the closing of a position, the entering of another position. Hard to tell, and can be observational bias as well. It could just be the market maker hedging back and forth as, you know, the delta shifts. I mean, me and JFresh's like October OPEX bounce call was better than, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. It was a better call than GME. $4 to 480. Because it went up $800 and GME only went up $476. I remember that SPX play. I thought you were crazy and I didn't follow your lead. I posted the like video I made about the pimento on Twitter, and so many people talked so much shit about it. And they were like, fuck this guy, I'm buying puts. I love that. The more people that want me to be wrong, and then when I'm right, oh, feels so good. Jimmy is the worst. Stop whining. Being a little bitch, popcorn trader. What do you care? It's just another port, right? I just want action. It's got action. It's going down. Well, it looks like the Bulls listened and they're taking my advice. Go Bulls. I'm bored, Brooke. I was too afraid of SPX at the time to play, and instead full ported Upstart CSPs. It didn't work out. I mean, did you end up buying a lot of Upstart before it ran in January? That wouldn't be so bad around that time. What do you got, Turd? High demand pod items? GameStop needs to start selling watches and jewelry. They missed the entire squeeze in the watch market. I wish you would embrace the pawn shop model. Like Goodwill, but better, right? Like instead of having shit people don't want to get rid of, just have shit that you stole from them with microloans. What positions do you currently have for GME OPEX? I have April and May. April $20 and $25 calls, May $30 calls, and then March 24 $20 calls. That's it. Oh, and my shares. I have about 450 contracts right now. The Aprils and Mays are up because of the volatility spike, but the weeklies are shitting the bed. Thankfully, I don't have that many weeklies. I only have 70 contracts. Credit Suisse, now a penny stock. It's $1. I still need it to drop to 90 cents so I can close my puts and break even. %18.1% borrow rate for GME via iBorrowDesk. Nice. We'll see if the prime rate's going up after we get data tonight. We have the same contracts, except I don't have leaps because gross. Lame. Oh, I have synthetic longs on GME at 16 and 16 and 18. 16 and 20? Upstart 18, sorry. 16 and 20 on GME. Upstart 15, 18. Calls on Oxy? I don't like playing that with calls very much. You could, but make sure you got a lot of theta. Synthetic longs? What am I, poor? Think of how much more leverage you could have. Trade in your guns for some stuffed Pokemon animals. Don't want your power tools anymore? Well, come on down and get yourself a Yu-Gi-Oh sweater. See potential upside tomorrow? Sure. The Bulls really fucking failed to get VIX below 24 there, didn't they? Lame. Such an opportune moment. Wasted. I will remind people, because people seem to forget this during OPEX when they ask me questions about what my positions are. I don't care if all of those contracts zero out. I can just sell covered calls and make all my money back. If you can't do that, maybe manage your risk a little better. I'm okay with Jimmy doing shitty in the afternoon. We'll see how it does going into the end of the day. I'm far more interested in how that plays out than I am with a small dip below VWAP in the afternoon. What's the reason for the March 24 20C when you already have April and May 20C? I have April 20C. I have May 30s. So April is 2025, May is 30. Um More leverage on the $20 strike for less money. Yeah, IV on GME is still priced quite high, which is not a NOPEX. You know, generally we would have seen the pre-OPEX IV spike starting to fall off. And instead we're seeing it stay quite stable today on GameStop, which is, I like that. I'll be honest. Jimmy's just getting shorted with shares, which is also a good sign. It's artificially kept up because of earnings. Really, last earnings didn't generate any fucking volatility at all. Fucking, they sucked. They sucked. They sucked bad. Any volatility the last earnings generated was shorted before earnings ever occurred. Don't get me wrong, some of the IVs being propped up because Super Stonks bought some weeklies. And Wall Street Bets probably has too because of the fucking chicken. But the market maker is pricing up IV quickly on turnarounds in the price today. So I mean, it's a good sign. We'll see what happens with it. Going back to the office sucks. Okay. I left early to come home and watch the stream. I hope everyone's doing good today. We're hanging in there. It's been a fun day on SPX. I made some money earlier. That was cool. Eggon, the chicken. Do you think RC scheduled earnings for 321 because my portfolio is going to explode in 321? Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate. If GME announces positive EPS and FCF, where's GME trading at regardless of OPEX? It might actually be worth like $14 then. I don't know, I guess it would depend on how positive EPS is. I didn't say 1400. I mean, if GME is going down and the cost to borrow is going up, that's believe it or not that bearish. That happened in May too. Remember they shorted us Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday we ripped, and the cost to borrow kept driving up in the early part of the week. It's not a bad sign. They're never gonna stop playing the game. It's too valuable. Why stop when you're making money on it? Yeah, I'm not that excited about Upstart OPEX. I think Upstart can have like maybe a small move up, possibly just like with overall market price action. But I'm not super bullish on it. I think Upstart blew off a lot of its obligations in January, and it's illiquid, but I don't think it's illiquid enough. What if Jimmy offers Pornhub NFTs? Pornhub's already free. Are you paying for Pornhub, Bob? Let me tell you something, man. Porn's been free for like the last 20 years. I post in the comments. The video is 0331 255p safe. Not safe, risky. Especially without knowing the outcome of the Fed meeting. Safer than, you know, buying like a 331 240. But also more exposed to any upside moves. Because you're paying greater intrinsic value up front. Upstart is a good price for 401k here. I told you this already. No. I probably wouldn't buy Upstart for a retirement account at its current price. Not unless there's a massive shift in Fed policy on Wednesday. You could buy it at 12, which would make aggressively selling cover calls easier. No worries, Cobra. Isn't the ability to break past 39.50 today a big deal? And we already did earlier. I don't think it's that big of a deal. We want to break past 39.65. That's a big deal. 39.50, eh. Hello there, Mr. Pickleman. I've been absent a lot of today. You were in here earlier. What's the hops with Jimmy in the market? Well, bulls are trying to drive the price up with short-dated options against the negative hedge. Bears want VIX up and the fucking market to crash. GME is just getting kind of shorted into the latter half of the day, and borrow rates are going up. The haps? Gross. I'm looking at moving into NVIDIA at 245p expiring September. I'd rather enter after the Fed meeting, assuming no major changes. Thoughts? Yeah, I'd wait till after the Fed meeting. So NVIDIA has just an obscene amount of downside potential, right? Like, company is worth like $108 and it's trading at 260. You'll have plenty of time to get puts. There's no rush. So you might as well try to get as much information before you enter a position as feasibly possible, right? Especially if you're entering now or averaging down or moving back in. There's no need to rush anything. As UBS pulled off a value play on CS, it doesn't mean UBS long is a good idea. Oh, no, I think UBS got strong-armed into the deal. I don't think it's that great of a value for them. What if I get all my information from a centaur-shaped pickle? What a crazy day. The Bulls didn't do the thing I wanted them to do, Dork, and I'm sad now. They had this bright, shining opportunity to just pump the fuck out of everything. Yeah, UBS just got downgraded. That was fucking bullshit. They've got another chance coming in, but now it's obvious, right? Dole trading below book value. I think it's going to go lower, but worth noting its current situation. I know. I still don't want to buy it. If I can buy it at $8.60 again, I'll buy it. Book value is the difference between total assets and total liabilities, excluding preferred equity. So total common equity divided by total common shares. CS now gone. Is UBS going to be the fall guy from now on? I don't know. That's probably why they didn't want to spend a lot of money on it. IBKR is not working because they're probably out of lendable shares, so they stop updating their borrow rate. This is one of the many reasons that the Ortex data is about as useless as a bag of dicks. VIX has not taken the dump it needs to take yet. Scary to think of what you and your stock god abilities would be capable of if you were on the dark side. Aren't I? Super Stonk said I was a confirmed shill. What are you talking about? You can't just take that away from me. I worked hard to get that. $17.95 on GME. Okay. Dirk said it can't take a dump. What can't take a dump? VIX? Is it constipated? I think Upstart has any uppies tomorrow. Trying to sell some CCs. Yeah, I'd probably wait out the T+2 period to look for an opportunity. I don't know when you said that. Someone said you said that, though. Welcome to my life, Dork. Where's SPX GN now? They're fucking up at like 4,100. Let's use a toilet auger for the first time. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. You mean you stuck a spring down a toilet and twisted it? I think it's not the auger's fault. It's whatever you left in the toilet that made the experience of using the auger unenjoyable. Did you let it spring back and get poop on your face? I've never seen any of the John Wick movies. That's all right, Bluth Bananas. You're forgiven. Just millions in equity lost thanks to your call purchase. It's all good. I still remember the DD someone wrote on SS that explained how GME was the battleground for a secret stonk war, and that there were good hedgies and good shills, and you were one of them. Was I a good hedgie or a good shill? I was playing the new... I never saw that, so curious. I was playing the new Harry Potter game, and all throughout the Forbidden Forest, I was seeing centaur signs. I couldn't find them, though. Where do centaurs normally hang? I He avenges his dead dog. Oh, that sounds stupid. I beat Dork. Now time me out so the evidence is gone. Can you please say I hate NVIDIA, crank these soft goods, and then flash your PP? Thanks. What does that last step have to do with anything? I'm driving the sus bus today, Mr. Gold. Power hour push to 39.50 now, please. Sounds desperate. I think the Bulls are gonna lose. Bulls are desperate, dork. It's over. Centaurs invest in penny stocks, ones with bright futures. That's all right. I'm delta neutral. Me too. Where'd you get that idea from? Fuck you, turd. Hypothetical, would you ever sell the Discord for the right price? Who the fuck would buy my Discord? Have you been in there? I'll give you $5 for the Discord. I have a friend that's shopping for a finance Discord. Is he shopping for mental health problems? Here's a better question. Does he value his sanity? I will trade him the Discord for peace of mind. You would have a lot of people looking to buy your Discord. There's tons of single women in there. It's true. It's true. The Discord is actually packed to the brim with wantonly horny single women in your area. Yeah, that hazy chick is hot. Can they keep a secret? Only one way to find out. I know Hazy's a dude, Seacraft. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was there when he was Velvet Jupiter. And he still is sometimes Velvet Jupiter. But that's the beauty of the internet, is he can be whoever he wants to be. Which is sometimes her. Did you send Hazy dick pics? I think he's just trying to get dick pics, honestly. I gave one of those hot single girls 5K in Bitcoin to buy an airline ticket to come see me. They didn't show the arranged time to pick them up. Oh, poor Tanksimus. It's okay. Things will only get worse, man. What happened to Sheep fucking Value? I missed that guy. Yeah, he was pretty awesome. Unfortunately, the war between him, he lost the war between him and the Kiwis. You know, the Australians don't have a long history of winning wars against flightless birds. So it's understandable, I guess. It's their weakness, like their kryptonite. Way better than that weird thumb guy. Yeah, that shit's just disturbing. Are the big boys loading up on long-term puts? I wouldn't call it loading up. I would say buying a few. No. I was discussing a specific Australian losing a war against a specific Kiwi. The Kiwi being a flightless bird, and then I made a reference to Australia's storied history of losing battles against flightless birds. So it was a multi-layered insult. I didn't just call you someone from New Zealand. But if it's any consolation, you're both sheep fuckers. At least you don't have to live with the hobbits. Oh no, I've insulted all 4 Australians. BBBY, negative 22%. Nice. Bruh, Frodo's got some fire ass pipe weed. Yeah, but he gets it from Gandalf. I also want to commend you for starting the stream on time. I was certain seeing you trade futures at 3 a.m. You were going to sleep until noon. I know, and I told you to shut your whore mouth. You're actually the only reason I woke up on time today, I'll be honest. Proving you wrong gave me the incentive to get out of bed. So for that, I thank you. But at least Gandalf grows his own and doesn't get that dirt shit from the orcs. I fucking hate that Reggie ass Mordor shit. Yeah, I agree. Although, have you tried the stuff they stick in the Lembas packets from the elves, or some of Tom Bombadil's mushrooms? When do you think we transition into a bull market? Mid 2024 or Wednesday? Should I buy more May Nvidia 235p or May Spy 377p? They're both nice for me. I guess it's coin flip time. I mean, Nvidia hitting 230, like Nvidia has far more downside room than the Spy does. Percentage wise. The notional move won't be as big. Just tell them that their rugby team will never beat New Zealand's. That should do it. Oh yeah, why don't I poison their puppies while I'm at it, turd? How could you say something like that? Dude, I've smoked some Elven DMT. That shit blasts you straight up Sauron's ham flower. Are we a wedge ending right at the end of the day today? Ooh, compelling. JPAL pausing, same like bull run while throughout April. Yeah, same like bulls make white through April until Q1 earnings ruin everything and inflation skyrockets. And then JPAL has to come out and be like, yeah, so because we paused rates and presumed that inflation was transitory again, we now have to raise rates 100 BPS at a clip for 3 months in a row. Who is Galadriel and why is it me? I don't know. I remember that time SLD hit like clockwork until it didn't. No. Up 150 BPS. Come on, SPX. You know what to do. Bull market dependent on inflation decreasing or wages rising? Bull market dependent on price stability, at least a sustained bull market is. Now say Nvidia is poopy, cocky, and me gold will be rich from Nvidia. I better start turning that crank. I'm sorry, just OPEX. I hope everyone took profits this quarter. I love the confidence that you wouldn't need to adjust the chart because Jimmy would enter the frame again. Seemed reasonable. I might actually have to move the chart on SPX though. It's a little gap there. SPX gonna close just under 3,900. They want the put side of the straddle. I literally can't stop making chocolate thunder. I think I ate something bad. Probably. Remember when people were buying NVIDIA puts at 237? Yeah, I'm still buying them. Just not today. I want Jabe to knock at my door and tell me I'm going on an adventure. Okay. Is that you closing your CCs on Fubo or Atomic? I don't have any open on Fubo right now. I don't think Atomic does either. Maybe that's why they had to buy all those puts. That's Smuggle Pickle Jar B. If when NVIDIA drops hard, it's dreams like this that keep me that help me get out of bed in the morning. It's a beautiful dream. NVIDIA is pretty detached from reality. I'm probably not gonna buy any more. So I bought some weeklies this morning. I'm probably not gonna buy any more NVIDIA puts until after the Fed decision. I don't need to like rush into a position there, so. Do you think the FOMC meeting will be a binary event? Either rip or drill, no in between. No, a 25 rate increase can create a lot of stagnation. And I think both of the other outcomes are less likely or lower confidence. I don't think a pause is on the table, and I doubt that he would have the balls to go with 0.5. So I think we'll see 0.25, which is actually not overwhelmingly bearish, at least in the short term, and could lead to a lot of stagnation between now and the next CPI and PPI reports. Do you think that whatever earnings will give, it will be used to cover OPEX? If so, big ups. It's possible. Earnings being placed where it is could prevent us from going up before earnings, which sucks. Fubo to get delisted? Why? It's not even on the warning list. It's also above $1. Yeah. Trading at $1.11. What are the chances that Nvidia gets deflated while the indices are held flat? Will there be some sort of rainbow option arbitrage play? I don't get why Nvidia has been pumped so much. I think it's, I mean, like, we kind of discussed it on the weekend stream. It's kind of like a long squeeze, right? There's, the initial rush of buying led to reweighting in ETFs, right? Which started having to buy at a premium because the market price was rising on the back of positive gamma. And so you have ETFs buying at a premium, which then raises the price even more, which causes ETFs to weight it even more heavily and continue to have to buy at a premium, right? And that just keeps driving more and more and more momentum to the upside. Which didn't really see any breakdown, a significant breakdown, through the end of last week until Friday, right? Where we finally saw some of that, like, call gamma fall off of the options chain or the delta. Um, but we probably still need another test of gamma max for it to really break down. Which is why I bought calls this morning. It seemed like a good idea. They're up about $6. Well, in the money about $6. Would you describe the markets over the last 2 weeks as stable or chaotic? Yeah, QQQ increased their Nvidia shareholding by like 23.7% last week. Of the 378 ETFs in which Nvidia is contained, most of them have increased their shareholding between 13 and like 33% over the last like 3 weeks. Which is insane, right? I mean, last Thursday I gained 40 billion in market cap in a day. That's, for reference, that's like 8 GMEs. Well, the thing is the reverse happens if Nvidia starts selling off, right? Can we translate all currency into GMEs? I'd rather not. FRC down 48%. Nice. Uh, if you're playing the downside on FRC, be very careful holding puts into close. SPY is up 0.3 GMEs today. So far. Fubo might just be showing the closing of those 25,000 puts that were bought on it this morning. I got a message this morning that Fubo is down 5%, and just right now that it's up 5%. What a day. It's an interesting stack. Say something nice about my 3965. It might expire in the money. What's the recession definition in GME? Is 2 successive quarters of -4 GME. Yeah, that sounds like a recession. GME shareholders in shambles. If in my youth I had some friends that stole from supermarkets so much that we would measure it by the bathtub. Like he stole 3/4 of a bathtub of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Jesus Christ. There was some guy on it was like I can't remember what forum it was, but it was a long time ago. That like measured the cost to risk benefit of stealing trading cards from Target. Because so Target, if you steal from Target, Target doesn't pop you until you break like they won't confront you unless you break the like the grand theft like threshold for that state. Um and so he broke it down like state by state, and because trading card packs are like have an undetermined value, if you open a card in them that's worth more than the value of the pack that you stole, you're like net positive, right? um it was I wish I could find it. I'm gonna try to find it. It was extremely in depth, and like someone was seriously wasting his talents. Yeah. Seriously, some crazy bearish divergence on the 30-minute RSI on NVIDIA. I want to smack it with my soft good. You should try that. Let me know how it works out. I mean, everybody. So that's actually really interesting. Almost all big retailers use Target's loss prevention system because it's so effective. Is this why Burry is long Geo? You know, Geo doesn't really like. First of all, it's a REIT, right? They buy land for uh prisons to rent. Um, but it would appear that most of the prisons that they rent land to are like ICE detainment center, like detention centers. Like no actual prisons. They did just recently begin to move into like house arrest collars. Like the little like the ankle thing that you put on when you're under house arrest. So they're doing that now. And that's apparently boosting revenues. So I guess a lot of people are home arrested. That's what they're called. Why would you steal an avocado? Target's CEO noted as way too high. Well, that's because they don't arrest anyone until they've stolen X amount of merchandise. And then everyone knows how much that X amount is. And all the people stealing from them are probably former employees. I wonder if people under house arrest during the COVID lockdown felt like they were working the system. I mean, I guess it depends on how many jobs they got. Like, imagine you're under house arrest during the COVID lockdown, but you have 3 work from home jobs. I don't know what artichoke is. Artichoke's pretty good. My friend stole a live lobster. That was easier than expected, but the claw marks on his thigh were pretty deep. Did you kiss him to make him better? Target employees are also taught they're only allowed to give chase after they leave the first set of doors, but must stop if they get out the second set. So there is a limited danger zone. What haven't I done? Synthetic longs on Fubo at $3 for 2025. It's slightly above 4-1. I know. Artichoke is part of the algorithm on the soft goods. Oh, I see. I used to steal as a kid. One time I stole a flashlight from Home Depot and it slipped out of my jacket. The old guy saw me and looked so disappointed. I never stole again. When I was like 4 years old, I was out somewhere with my grandma and they used to have those like little caramels in the foil packaged by the cash register, and I jammed like a fistful of those in my pocket, and she made me take them back to the store and confess. And yeah, I never stole anything after that again for the rest of my life. You stole our hearts. Did you cry? No, I was just wildly embarrassed. And I had to give back my fucking candy that I felt extremely entitled to. I did that once too. I got 6 years. A similar experience at the Five and Dime when I was about 4. I think I grabbed one of those parachute army men toys. You can't do that anymore, right? Because nowadays, like, you bring your kid back and they're gonna call the cops on you. Fucking simps. Thanks, Fiscal. I see, Cobra. Well, good luck with that. There's not a lot there to short. Have you checked the basket for early runners? No, because I don't care that much. Do we have to close above 39.50 to continue bullish into tomorrow? No, but it would help. I just bought my overnight put hedge. Prepare for SPX to rip up hard. Okay. VIX 24, new VIX 18. We could fall to VIX 23 tomorrow. It's more likely to drop below resistance on an overnight move than it is intraday. Petro Brazil looks so cheap right now. Imagine this for a second, if you will, Sisyphus. And you might learn something about the market. Imagine it cheaper. Like when you go to buy a stock, think about how much cheaper it could possibly be before you buy it. And then think about what price means. It's impossible. My head can't wrap around that. Better to assume stocks only go up. Nope, that's stupid. Where was the speech when I was buying GME like there was no tomorrow? I don't think we knew each other back then, Jen. Price, same like shares. Uh, what's that fucking quote? Price is what you pay, value is what you get. Oh, did we know each other? Okay, never mind. Are you happy with the Bulls now? Are they doing the VIX thing? VIX still above 24. So I'm still moderately disappointed in them. They've moved from adopted child to stepchild. Wait, stepchild to adopted child. The Bulls still aren't biological, though, you know? I'm imagining that I see Fubo not getting much cheaper and likely some institution moving in at this price. How bad is my imagination? I would say that it's quite good. Did you just quote financial sayings and Churchill when you go on dates? I mean, Churchill only if the date's going really, really well. Otherwise, Patton. Ah, lamb. No, not Patton Oswald. That'd be creepy. Bring back Moonwind. Nah. Why, when he's just pretending to be you? Hmm. Which Roosevelt? Teddy or FDR? I don't quote. I've never quoted Churchill on this stream ever. Okay, nice. None of you even deserves Moonwin here. Quiet, Moonwin. Do patent quotes get my wife to take her clothes off? No comment. Gurgus Aurelius, tell us zero DTs don't matter. It's how you use the endless gains acquired from them. I can't remember the fucking quote. I can't find it. There's a perfect quote for that, too, from Marcus Aurelius, and I can't think of it. It's like something time in a river. It's not you killed my father, prepare to die. And FDR did not say, I'm not a cat. Time is a flat river. There once was a man from Nantucket. Today has been pretty fucking boring. Time is like a river. Yeah, that's it. Time is like a river made up of events which happen in a violent stream. For as soon as a thing has been seen, it is carried away and another comes in its place. And this will be carried away too. I think that's the basis for the expression like time heals all wounds or something like that. And the Justin Timberlake song Cry Me a River. Vaccine heals all wounds? Well, it disinfects them. Some of them, provided they're not too deep or puncture like. Do you think we'll realize 3965 in the next 10 minutes? What do we see first? 3965 on SPX or VIX below 24? No, there's no time for a poll. Just shout it in chat. Can we no, seriously, can the musicians of this channel write Crime Me a River? It would fit perfectly with the DD I've already written. And then I could play it every time someone asks me stupid fucking questions about crime and conspiracy in the market. Smooth Criminal would be great too. Damn. Quote, the river of time is overvalued. Buy as many puts as you want, degenerate. Just make sure you have theta. Oh yeah, it works. Kenny, are you okay? Kenny, are you okay? Are you okay, Kenny? Damn. That one's no, because that's too super stonky. Fuck, I love the song Smooth Criminal. I'm gonna listen to that tonight. It was Vigo the Carpathian who said, death is but a doorway, time is but a window, I'll be back. I think that was Arnold Schwarzenegger. Alien Ant Farm cover or Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson. Fuck the pores, Archimedes. I think that was actually Plato. When is this ETF river gonna drain again? Might need a week or so. We'll see. We'll see what JPOW says. If it's green, sell the fuck out of it. Shakespeare. Wait, no, that was me. Don't go giving my quotes away. Well, both of them stole it from Pythagoras, the original founder of KFC, and the Illuminati. You know what? The latter part of that, accurate. Quiet Moonwind. Another Nopex. I've lost everything because of you, including my virginity. Fuck you all. See you tomorrow. Regards. Later, Quiet Moonwind. I can be green, but we didn't, VIX didn't go below, it only tested 24. GME fin about a squart. I said I was waiting for it to do something fun at the end of the day. It did that. That is all. I'm poor and I have $70 to play around on SPY. Would you YOLO 0 DTE both sides Wednesday? Do you just want to lose as much money as you make? Is that a position? Based on your approach to the position, I'm going to assume that you're going to trade it terribly and somehow lose money on both sides of that. Why are red onions clearly purple? uh, it's like, why are white onions orange or yellow onions orange? You know, not everyone has answers to these things. At least green onions are mostly green. Shallots are superior to onions. They're sweeter, not superior. Chives are different. There's always money in the dole stand, Socrates. I fucking hate how well Dole has performed over the last like 5 months. I hate it so much. Internet says it's because red, purple onion skins were used to make dye that was red in hue. Oh, okay. Now, please explain why ramen is great and pho is for poor people. I didn't say pho was for poor people. I said pho was terrible. Ramen is the peak soup dish across the entire world. It's the apex where cuisine and art meet. And pho is scraps boiled in dishwater with some noodles thrown in. I'm a soup, Greg. Can you boil me? Jimmy just broke VWAP. What an awesome thing to happen right before close. Thoughts on Pilk, Pepsi, and milk? That's disgusting. Isn't that like a melted like soda float? Or maybe not, because it's not even cream. Why not cream? Why not Peem? Is that what you'd call it? If Pepsi and cream? Preem? It's about time we get a good old after hours run. Ah, ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was fun. This SPX failed to break gamma neutral not once, but twice today. The bulls suck, and the shorts won, but the battle may be over. The war is just beginning. All of which will culminate in probably a lot of sideways trading into Wednesday. I do think that the markets have edged up enough that a little confidence may come back into tomorrow, and we might see those tests of 3980 to 405 that I was talking about. Jimmy looks good. Fairly standard Monday for this time period. Some volatility in the morning, short into the afternoon. kind of bounced back into close. Not to our high of the day, but near it. We will be looking tomorrow for pre-market volume on GME. That's generally a good indicator. Also, a continuation of the unresolved negative arbitrage on GME as well. VIX nearing 24. 24 was pretty strongly defended today, with put buying on SPX. The best chance of it dropping below 24 is to see that happen in the overnight move. So keep an eye on futures tonight. They could be moderately indicative of tomorrow's price movement. Nasdaq, interestingly, underperforming a bit today. We'll see if that continues, or if we just haven't really seen any T+2 price action occur yet, as Nasdaq ran very hard into the end of last week. Yep, that's about it. So we're in a fairly stable range here between 39.30, 39.75. If we don't break out of this range tomorrow, we may start to see more neutral positioning lock our price up here. So we'll definitely still want to see, for more upside, we'll want to see a lower VIX into tomorrow morning. If tomorrow morning starts to open on a higher VIX, which the VIXs want to trend a little higher into market open when uncertainty is kind of at its peak, that could mean more stabilization in the current range. And so it might be a good time, like if VIX opens at 25, 26 tomorrow morning, that might be a good time to pull calls a little closer to the money. So pay attention to that if you have out of the money call positions, and I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Later.